So it's the penultimate day of this fourth round West Indies Championship match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the West Indies Academy here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. I'm Jerome Foster, and with me is Marlon Pinnock. You will also hear from Andrew Chan throughout the day. The Scorpions, for the first time this season, batted the entire day. They batted 90 overs yesterday, and they scored 306 runs. They lost 7 wickets and puts them at a grand total of 326 for 7. A lead of only 2 runs, so that tells you how close the game is. And the West Indies Academy team, we're seeing some of the players gathered just outside the boundary line. They should still feel a little bit comfortable with the state of the game, that they can still push through for a win from here if they can wrap up this lower order batting of the Scorpions. But Pete Salmon, 60. Derval Green, 25. They will resume in about 2 minutes or so. Brandon King has top scored so far with 77. Leroy Lugg made 64, 33 to Carlos Brown. And Kirk McKenzie made 29. Those were the main contributions for the Scorpions on day 2. Marlon, 326 for 7. Captain Brandon King, after the day's play yesterday, said that the objective was to get in front of the academy team. What do you think the Scorpions need to do from here to get a sizable lead?
Well, as how Pete Salmon batted yesterday, and Derval Green started in an immaculate form yesterday evening, so the Jamaican Scorpion should be thinking to get a lead of over 100, 120, but with 3 wickets in hand, Foster, it won't be easy for the Scorpions.
I agree. And based on what we have seen of this surface, wouldn't say it's a docile surface, but it has been very easy to bat on. And the scoring rate from both teams have been high. Scorpions scoring at just under 3.5 runs per over. And the academy team scored just about that rate. They scored their 324 in 82 overs. So they were scoring at a good clip. So Pete Salmon, as we said, batting at number 6, first time in his career, and I asked the captain about it, if it was a game decision or was it a tactical decision, and he said it was a team move because they wanted to get the best out of Salmon. They believe that he has so much potential with the bat, and he's not being able to give you that maximum output at number 8. And so they have elevated him, and it was a decision between him or Man Singh because they wanted to keep Morris at 7 because that's where he has been profitable so far for the team. So it was just a brave call, and he has rewarded the management team. 60 from 157 balls, and he shared in 2 critical partnerships, you'd have to say, because the partnership with King was very crucial at that stage.
Indeed, it was crucial. And Pete Salmon, over the years, playing for St. Catherine Cricket Club, batted at 5 and 6. And thus, therefore, means it was a wonderful decision on the part of Captain Brandon King and the coaching staff. And it led to where the Jamaican Scorpions are well and truly in front on the 3rd day of this West Indies Regional Championship at Sabina Park.
So the pick of the bowlers from yesterday, Joshua Bishop, he's going to be restarting play on day 3. He'll be bowling from this the Courtney Walsh end, and if you're familiar with Sabina Park, that is the north stand, which is closest to the traffic court or up park camp, if you're familiar with this side of Kingston. And then the other end, which is the George Headley stand end or the Michael Holding end, that's closer to Holy Trinity. Someone pushes first firmly back to the bowler, and it has been the same setting all match.
Good delivery this time, beating Pete Salmon outside the off stump.
Where it has been, there's been literally no clouds in the sky. It has been hot, it has been humid.
So beautiful day for cricket here at Sabina Park, Foster.
Yeah, so let's see if the heat will have any bearing on the surface, if it's going to allow it to grip a little bit more, slow down a little bit more. that is where I think Joshua Bishop will come into play a little bit more, as well as the Scorpions, who have played 3 spinners, as we have said. Royal, who is down to bat next.
Bishop so far 3 wickets to his name.
Very quick single to start the proceeding. Looked tight, but Green was alert. He actually made the call, so set off quite quickly. Got the first run of the day for the Scorpions. The partnership is now 33 from 40 balls. It has been brisk, mainly due to Derval Green's aggressive intent. He's going to be facing for the first time this morning.
And we know Derval Green can bat. He started as a number 3 batter in schoolboy cricket. But that's a beauty to end the first over of the morning by Bishop. Just a single coming from it. 3-2-7 for the loss of 7.
Couple deliveries gripped there from Joshua Bishop. There are a couple of Bishops in this team. Several Joshuas. You have to be careful when you're
a team out of the Bible.
Yeah, when you're calling the names, you have to be specific. So, a lot of J's. You have Jordan Johnson, Joshua Dorn, Joshua Bishop, Joshua James, Teddy Bishop. They're all born in the same era. So the parents are familiar with each other, it seems.
But of course, we're going to see James.
Yeah,
this
Joshua
time
James.
around.
Yeah.
And we're coming from.
So 2 Joshuas are in operation this morning.
From the Michael Olinen. That's a George Edley stand end.
Yeah, and he actually bowled decently yesterday. And you have to give credit to the West Indies Academy team. They stuck by their guns. They didn't really get a lot of movement off the surface, the pacers, nor the spinners had a lot of spin. So they had to be patient. And they had to create the opportunities. What they did well, they took their catches very well. The slightest of chances they created, they took them. Even the half chances, they turned them into full chances.
They really feel very well yesterday. The only wicket he got yesterday was Carlos Brown.
And it was a plan as well that was executed. There was a man positioned at short mid-wicket, and he chipped it straight to him. And this ball is 8 overs old. It was taken at the back end of yesterday. So it's pretty much a new ball he has in hand, Joshua James. And he's bowling it for the first time with this ball because Naeem Young and Joshua Bishop bowled the overs yesterday, as well as Ashmead Ned at the end of the day.
Well, just a one slip in place for Pete Salmon this morning. Joshua James, very tall, very Chaplin fast bowler. Had an enterprising innings with the bat for the West Indies Academy. Struck 36.
Down the leg side this time, a little bit wayward. And the critical state here for the Scorpions is that graphic that you're seeing below the main score. Not the current run rate, the one before, where it's telling you about the lead. That is a critical thing for the Scorpions. I personally believe that they should try to bat a session today. And if you bat a session, that lead is going to get very close to 100.
Definitely once they bat to lunch. We Derval Green came out yesterday afternoon, Buster. 25 runs yesterday.
Turned away, but no chance of a run. Another innovative field. Very. That one is almost like a wide square leg. Very square.
Indeed.
Yeah, so they have a plan to bowl very straight.
And of
Expect the short ball to come into play as well, because there's a man at forward square. He's not all the way back to the boundary.
And also there's a man at the deep backward point boundary as well.
And he runs it down to that man that you mentioned just now. They're thinking about 2, Joshua Bishop, ambidextrous, and he hits the stumps. But Pete Salmon was home takes him up to 63.
And that is what you want from your battles in the middle. Good aggressive running between the wickets by Derval Green and the well set Pete Salmon.
Yeah, and Salmon, as we said, has shown good form leading up to this championship. Made back-to-back centuries in the final 2 practice matches for the Scorpions and has really forced his way into the reckoning.
And now he's well set, approaching a landmark which he really would want to achieve here at Sabina Park in this 4th round action.
And I must tell you another thing about Pete Salmon that probably neither of you know. Chips it back, almost took Green out. Deflected, so they opted not to run. Was in the air for some time. Ned didn't have a chance. More like Green had to be taking evasive action. Yeah, what I was saying about Pete Salmon is that neither of you know that I actually played against him in high school cricket. But he would open the bowling for Innswood with his off spinners. And I'm telling you, you wouldn't last long.
Very quick and fast.
Yeah. And he'd be hitting that front pad immediately. But he's a cricketer that works very hard.
And I second you on that, very hard.
Very, very hard. He puts a lot into his game. He made his debut a couple of years ago. Took 7 wickets against Guyana Harpy Eagles at Providence. As that ball is turned into the onside, it's 330 now for 7. The lead is 6 runs for the Scorpions. Took 7 wickets on debut. And then he was called for throwing or an illegal action after that game. He was out of the radar for some time. He had to work on his action. He had to do a lot of remedial work. Had to find a way to bowl almost like a different action. And he's coming more chest on now, and his hand is coming from way above his head now than previously. So he had to do a lot of work. He even went away overseas, played cricket. He's back in Jamaica. And if you follow cricket in Jamaica, this is almost like a household name. Pete Salmon is always in the wickets for St. Catherine CC, and he's always in the runs for St. Catherine CC.
Very dominant young cricketer is Pete Salmon. Dominated a T20 league a few months ago. That's a Robman Powell T20 competition. He was awarded the MVP player of that tournament. He was special in the final as well, scoring 91 runs from 43 deliveries to guide his team Innswood to a win in that Robman Powell T20 competition. So it goes to show Pete Salmon always been playing cricket, and that's the fight and anger of Pete Salmon.
Nice delivery there again. Yeah, spun past the bat. And this is a good sign, not just for Joshua Bishop, but for us here in the commentary box. Gives you something to look forward to. Something is happening now on that surface.
Yes, you can see some Joshua Bishop getting the ball to spin away from the right-handers. That's good sign as well. Royal left arm spinner in the Scorpion team as well.
Yeah, that one was pushed into the offside for a single, 331 for 7. I'm still defending my thought that if you play 3 spinners, you should be batting first. Ensure that you're bowling.
Well, my good friend Andrew Chang is supporting me on that as well.
Yeah, bowling last. That hits him on the pad, but he's a long way forward. Bowling last on what could be a deteriorating surface. But at this stage, unless the Scorpions get a real challenging lead, they will be batting last.
But of course, Chavoy Royal is very useful with the bat as well. Derval Green showing
advancing and smashing that out to extra cover. That looks like Joshua James.
Joshua James, it is. Excellent work coming off the extra cover boundary this time by Joshua James. So the completion of the 99th over, 3-2 for the loss of 7. Derval Green yesterday, as you mentioned, Foster, it's a wonderful shot down the ground. pull shot past lane as well. And he's known for his batting. Had a pretty decent tournament last year for the Scorpions as well.
Yeah.
He's had some niggles in and around. But he's really a fighter over the years for the Jamaican Scorpions.
And he has another strange story as well, because he lost his contract last season, I think, or the year before, and he had to fight his way back.
That's what I'm telling you. He's a real fighter, is Green.
So he was, he wasn't contracted, but he almost played all the games because of what he was performing like and his levels.
Bat and ball.
Bat and ball. I think he said that the last game that the only game he hasn't taken a wicket for Jamaica was the very first game of this season. He has over 100 first-class wickets for Jamaica. And he will get a single down to mid-on. Good cricket. The man at mid-on is deep because of what he has shown so far, the power. And if he has over 100 first-class wickets, that will make him the highest wicket taker for the Scorpions. Marquino Minley has the most wickets. But Marquino Minley has played for the Barbados Pride before, so some of those wickets are for the Pride. But for the Scorpions franchise, Derval Green is the team's leading wicket taker in 4-day cricket. I think Marquino Minley has over 120 first-class wickets.
Easy in the eye so far in this innings. It's Pete Salmon, showing his full potential in this game so far. Foster unbattered so far, batting at number 6, holding up the middle for the Jamaican Scorpions, getting the opportunity, getting the license, getting the go ahead, and he's really delivering for the Jamaican Scorpions thus far.
Short delivery. Not many have been bowled to Salmon. I'm a little bit surprised as well, but to be quite honest, a lot of spin has been bowled to him, with a lot of pace. And it's not just the academy team. I think the Scorpions missed a trick as well in their bowling effort. They didn't bowl short enough when they realized that the pitch wasn't really giving them that assistance, especially to Dorn. Goes for that pull. There's the man 3/4 back to the boundary. One bounce to him, he had to run around to his left. And that's another run. Takes the score up to 334. The lead is 10.
First goal shot we have seen all 174 deliveries, or 175 deliveries to Pete Salmon. First time I'm seeing Pete Salmon batting this way. Normally aggressive player by nature.
Well, Green is on the charge. Dive all you want, the man at deep backward square. That's Rashawn Worrell. He's not going to cut it off. And Green rocked back and smashed it. And it goes into the fence for the first boundary of the day. It's now 338 for 7.
Short pitch delivered here by Joshua James. And immaculate form. His first boundary of the morning as well to Green. Took the score up to 338 for the loss of 7.
James has gone short in 3 deliveries in this over. That one is on the top of the off stump.
To complete the 100 over of the Jamaican Scorpion innings at 338 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, so that lead is now 14.
You simply could say 14 for 7. Just the bowlers left in the dugout. No Javoy Royal, very aggressive as well. Played most of the white ball cricket, as you mentioned, Foster. So if the Jamaican Scorpion bat a session this morning, they should have a healthy lead of maybe 90 or even 100, based on how Derval Green is going this morning. He's 31 Derval Green from 29 deliveries, scoring over a run a ball.
Yeah.
Any loose delivery presents itself to Green. He's quick to pounce upon.
Royal is known for his all-round ability here in Jamaica. This is only his second first-class game. I think he made his debut last year against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That was a real brutal campaign for the Scorpions because they didn't win a match last year.
Well, of course, they won one so far this season.
And they were really crushed in that game by Trinidad. I think they won. The Red Force won by 9 wickets in that game. And it was really a partnership between Terence Hines and Anderson Phillip, which really caused the problems because they were struggling, I think, at one stage like 119, 120 for 7. And they ended up getting 300 runs. And all hell broke loose after that for the Scorpions. Just couldn't cope. This is solid batting from Pete Salmon. He's picking up the line of the deliveries very early.
Good errors been maintained so far by Joshua Bishop. 3 for 88 figures for him so far.
Maiden over, that is. Solid over from both the batter and the bowler. Compact, solid in defense. And probing over from Bishop comes to an end at 338 for 7.
Pete Salmon really looked good at the wicket. With him is Derval Green, who's in immaculate form, Foster. Anything that is in his arc, he's quick to capitalize. And that's how positive Derval Green is. I had a chat with him yesterday and he was saying this wicket is a very nice wicket to bat on. And once you get in as a batter, you must capitalize, and he's doing just that on the third day of the 4th run action here at Savannah Park.
Yeah, let's see what the plan is going to be here. Seems as if it's still going to be that short ball ploy.
Well, of course, deep backward square leg and fine leg and deep backward point are on the boundary.
Goes short again. This is Kide. Mid-wicket is spinning. He's in trouble. He's in serious trouble. He drops it. Joshua Dorn. He spun about 4 times. And you knew he was never in control of the situation. That's a big let-off for Derval Green. But all in all, the Scorpions get a single.
And will this be costly for the West Indies Academy? Derval Green was dropped on 31.
And he's suggesting to the fielders that the ball was swerving. Let's see. Didn't get a hold of it. Dorn was in no man's land. And it really dropped through his hands. So it's a big chance. It's a big let-off for the youngster. Only 17 years old.
Ball was in the air for a long time. Didn't settle down to the ball. And hence why he didn't get close to that catch, Foster.
He's feeling at mid-wicket. And the ball basically dropped 5-6 yards from where he's standing now. But he just couldn't get a hand to it. He didn't pick up the initial trajectory. He was looking towards mid-on, and then he realized it was his catch or his chance. He spun a couple times looking for the ball, and then by the time he realized, and that one is forced out to point by Pete Salmon, who has been chanceless, by the way. He has been almost perfect. Similar to what we saw here last week with, well, not last week, 3 weeks ago with Craig Brathwaite. Didn't offer a single chance until the moment he was dismissed.
And of course, 183 deliveries so far been faced by Pete Salmon.
Yeah.
Occupation and time at the wicket for the Scorpion, and it's very vital as well.
And this is someone who would have bowled 23 overs as well on the opening day.
of course, still look fit, still look fresh, as if you want to bat all day as well. Derval Green showing good fight as well. Just dropped a few deliveries before. Will this be costly for the West Indies Academy?
Good short delivery, that one.
Well, Pete, someone not interested in playing a shot though. As the Jamaican Scorpion lead by 17 runs on day 3 of this West Indies Regional Championship Run 4 action from Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. Pete, someone so far doing a great job for the Scorpions. This partnership is the 3rd partnership so far he's been with. Spending crucial time at the wicket for the Scorpions. Each partnership is at the wicket so far. Valuable contribution at the end of another over. 3-4-1 for the loss of 7.
The partnership is 47. It's come at a very good pace. The wickets falling at 59, 59, 67, 170, 228, 253, and 294. So a couple decent partnerships, a couple of 50-run stands, 100-run stand. And now you're seeing one that is very close to another 50-run partnership, and that is the hallmark of red ball batting and red ball cricket. Having sustained partnerships and big partnerships, you need at least one partnership to be over 100 if you're going to get a sizable score. And that one spins past green. Was that a stumping chance for Bowen Tuckett? It's going for a big swing down the ground, safe area to hit. No, it wasn't a chance, even though it bounced a bit for the diminutive keeper. Almost hit him in the chest, but Green's back leg was planted. Of course, planted in the crease, not outside.
Green head was in the air, looking to hike that one over long on.
He has to have a solid base to play those massive shots. That's missing. And there's a leg bite that's going to be an offer here. You could see the 3 stumps while he played that defensive push.
Just pitching outside the line of the leg stump. So good decision on the part of the umpire as well. Derval Green continues, Foster, to be very aggressive. Was put down on 31 earlier. The man batting like a rock, as solid as Pete Salmon so far in this contest. Unbothered so far. Approaching 200 deliveries. Spending time at the wicket for the score. Beautiful delivery this time by Joshua Bishop. Beating Pete Salmon, all ends up.
That's the best ball of the morning so far.
It
Pitched
is.
on middle stump and zipped past the bat. Good pace with it as well. Had a little bit of flight and dip, and then it spun past the bat. Not easy to hit those over the top. That hitting him in front, and the umpire says no.
Well, that looked very close to me from upstairs.
I'd love to have a look at that again, because it was a little bit straighter than the previous one.
Ooh, that was mighty close. But of course, Foster, we are upstairs here, and if we have the doubt, goes to the umpire. But that was very close. At the end of over 103, Jamaican Scorpion 3-4-2 for the loss of 7.
Well, Bishop is not pleased. He's walked away going towards mid-on, but he's definitely not pleased. He can't believe it.
That was pretty close, Foster.
I think if DRS was here, he'd probably have umpire's call. And so you give the benefit of the doubt to Patrick Gustad. But Joshua Bishop is not happy. Still livid. He's furious, really. He's having conversations now with the captain from mid-on. His hands akimbo, but it looked pretty close. It looked straighter than the previous delivery. And had a good stride in. It looks like James. It's too short. Good take from the wicketkeeper. That should be a wide, really. It is. Way too high from Joshua James. Put a lot of effort in that one.
Good take from Tuckett. Not the tallest wicketkeeper. Got some height there, Foster.
Really tall, are they?
Reminds me of Jamar Hamilton of the Leeward.
He has the same mannerisms, actually. And same footwork. An easy single into the offside for Derval Green. That's his 34th run. 344 now for 7. Has the same mannerisms, walks the same way. Open shoulder. That's a 50th run in this partnership. 50 from 78. As we said, 34 the contribution from Green. Only 13 from Pete Salmon. But his 13 is a stabilizing 13. It's 43 deliveries. Has been solid all morning. Well, all of yesterday as well.
Solid has Pete Salmon so far in this contest. Been in 3 very important partnerships so far for the Jamaican Scorpions.
In a half of the bat, but it's going to be runs. Moral victory for the bowler. Precious runs for the Scorpions.
Good work by the fielder coming off the mid-wicket boundary. Prevent any chance of a second run there. So the West Indies Academy in the field. Just that one job catch from the West Indies Academy in the field. There's been a disciplined unit so far.
Oh, that's a top delivery.
It is indeed. Absolutely brilliant delivery there coming in from Joshua James.
They reared off a length to Green. Was trying to run that down to third man, but he got big on him. And he almost had to take evasive action. He dropped his hands at the last moment. But I thought it beat him. All ends up. Good delivery from James, who is a tall fellow.
Tall Chaplin fellow. Derval Green furious with himself as well.
I wouldn't say he has been reckless, but he has been a little bit scratchy this morning, Green. Advances. It's a slower delivery, but he gets it down to the deep mid-on. He was looking to hit that over mid-wicket, and he realized that he wasn't at the pitch of the ball and checked his shot. There was a moment of chance there for Joshua Dorn at mid-wicket, but it went too far from his left, and it's another single for the Scorpions.
What happened there? Green was backing away towards the onside to get room to swing that ball. The slow delivery here, as I mentioned, Foster, from Joshua James, deceived Derval Green, but no harm done. Still another single to the Scorpions.
Oh, good bouncer. Good bouncer. Someone was in all sorts of problems. He was in an almighty tangle, but the great thing for him is that he didn't get a touch. That was going nowhere. He just popped the bat at it because he just couldn't take evasive action. Good bouncer from James.
Indeed, someone was in 2s and 3s there, Foster. Good lifting delivery there coming in from Joshua James. Pretty decent this morning from Joshua James.
And he's guided that one down to third man. Delicately played. With precision. And a little bit of panache. And that takes the score up to 350 for the Scorpions. Another batting point. And Pete Salmon gets another boundary. He's up to 72 from 191. The Scorpions, they lead by 26 runs here at Sabina Park on day 3 of this contest.
As you say, easy as a Sunday morning, but of course it's a Friday morning here in Kingston, Jamaica. As easy as I get them from Pete Salmon. Batting with a lot of ease here as at Sabina Park, doing what the Jamaican Scorpions is required of him. Valuable runs to the Scorpion total. 26 is the lead. And as we mentioned earlier, Foster, once Jamaican Scorpions bat the first session on day 3, they should get a significant lead of over 90 to 100 runs.
So it's going to be Joshua Bishop. Green is advancing on his ball. That's a wild hack. He was getting itchy. Almost a sense of desperation when there was no need to be. But he missed everything. He was beaten in the flight by Bishop, who really and truly deserves a wicket this morning. That's his 4th of the innings. And it's now 350 for 8. It was a bad shot from Green. Had it come off, we'd probably say it's a great shot, but he missed everything. He was beside the line of the ball. I was trying to hit the ball probably too straight. Probably should have tried to hit that one over extra cover.
Just a second of madness there coming in from Derval Green. He looked good yesterday evening. This morning he came back a look a bit scratchy. And then, first delivery in over number 105. He was advancing and loses mega stump. The Jamaican Scorpions 350 for the loss of 8. After this over, I'll take my leave, and you'll hear from the voice of the Caribbean man, Mr. Andrew Chan. Javoy Royal is the new batter to the wicket. Jamaican Scorpion lead by 26 runs with 2 first innings wickets in hand. They do want the West Indies Academy to really come back into this game. It's a slim lead so far of just 26 runs.
Yeah. And the Academy team, their plan was to, or I wouldn't say was to, is to get the Scorpions dismissed within the first hour. Regardless, I think, of what the lead will be, that would probably be a good accomplishment. Not much time in the sun for today, at least. And the lead is now 26. Javoy Royal, who is playing his 2nd first-class game. This is his 3rd innings. He's going to be facing for the first time in this encounter. Bishop has 4, and that one spun past the bat. From the very first ball this morning from Bishop, you saw that something different was happening. Not real mesmerizing turn, but some grip and turn off the surface. Jams at that one. Royal, who is a very powerful lad.
Indeed.
Loves to hit straight and towards a cow corner section, or a deep mid wicket if you like.
Both these 2 batters speed first. Wrapped in the pad, a loud appeal this time, not out. Set by the umpire. Ball was handling down the leg side, Foster.
Yeah, that one was missing.
Beat someone running out of corners here. 191 deliveries so far for his 72.
Hit on the pad again. That's not going to be out. He's beside the line of the ball. Well, shouldn't be given out. And isn't.
Joshua Bishop so far this morning holding some wonderful areas to the Jamaican Scorpion batters. Hence why our figures are 4 for 88 so far.
I think he deserves 5 for. Short and carved away down to sweeper. 3/4 way off the boundary. Now the 351st run. And that completes the over. A successful one for Joshua Bishop. The first one of the day for the Academy. They deserve some success. They have toiled away for 105 overs. The Scorpions, they have a 27-run lead. Main man standing is Pete Salmon. He's on 72. Royal has 1. He's going to be facing Joshua James, as we will hear from Andrew Chan shortly. Seems to be loving life here in Jamaica. He's now wearing a Bob Marley shirt. Figure that he has already watched the movie. You have watched it before me.
A pleasant good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our viewers here watching us live at Sabina Park. And of course, who wouldn't love life in Jamaica? My good friend Jerome Foster, Fuzzy. I actually see some tourists down there who seem to be taking pictures of Sabina Park. Lovely nation, Jamaica.
Yeah.
Good food. Although I think you overdo it with the rice and peas, Fuzzy.
James has 1 for 56. He'll be looking to get a second. Short, and it's going to be at least one for Royal. And both these batters are from the same club. Went to the same high school as well. St. Catherine CC and Innswood High School. Pete Salmon is 6 years older than Royal. I think Royal is 25. Royal would have played the 2018 Under 19 World Cup. Yeah. That would have been what? 6 years ago.
Who's the most famous player you played against, Fuzzy? Because I know in your time you would have...
Jermaine Blackwood.
Jermaine Blackwood.
Andre Creary.
Oh, you played against Chris Creary?
No, Andre Creary.
Okay.
Edged over the slip. Well, you would say deliberately played. And he's going closer and closer now, Pete Salmon. This is already his highest score in first class cricket. It's a little bit strange that the plan is short without a third man. He's a tall man as well.
It was a cultured edge. It was an educated edge. And he saw that gap between, as a decent gap between the keeper and what you could say is probably about a second slip. But I'm disappointed that neither player went for that. It didn't go extremely quickly. It was a gentle edge. I think Bowen Tuckett should have definitely gone for that one. Marlon Pinnock will be sending an email to the Wicketkeepers Union.
They've come with a plan to be short to someone. Test him on that pull shot. And he's pulling away now with tremendous precision and power as well.
Yeah, a very ballerina-like swivel there from Salmon. He was up on one leg, a very Caribbean West Indian shot, and just went with the pace there and picked that gap perfectly, because there's a field at fine leg and a field at deep backward square leg. And you know this outfield at Sabina just seems to get faster and faster every day. Sort of like those under 19 and secondary school runners, you tell me, that are running sub 10 times, Fuzzy.
Yeah. He's now 80. It's going to be 81.
Yeah, it seems like the ground staff at Sabina Park are feeding this outfield yam and dumpling and banana. And a fruit plate every morning.
Cultural difference. What's a normal breakfast like in Trinidad?
Sorry?
A normal breakfast in Trinidad, what is it?
What is a normal breakfast? Well, our classic breakfast food is doubled, which is the sort of roadside sandwich. So that would be the quintessential. But then it's become sort of like patties here, where you can have it morning, noon, and night,
yeah.
you know.
The doubles are great.
Yeah. And then you usually get a variety of sandwiches. So you'd have your fried bake or your roti with some sort of filling either. Usually curry based, some vegetables, some other meat sometimes, a little stew chicken. We do callaloo very different from you all here in Jamaica.
Yeah.
At the end of the over, I believe. 361 for 8. Yeah. You all do callaloo very chopped. It's very rough. We could sort of blend it, so it's sort of like a
sauce,
soup.
like a
yeah, like a soup.
Yeah, that's how people in Dominica, because their national dish is similar to that as well, where they blend out the callaloo and then they put it almost like a one pot, like a soup.
It is, yeah. But then what we would do is we put it on the rice. So then you put it on the rice, and then you have your rice and callaloo and stew chicken.
Yeah. Well, Jamaicans eat callaloo by itself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you can't eat it by itself, because at that when it gets to that level, you
or with saltfish or yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 361 for 8, a lead of 37, approaching the first hour of play. the territory that the academy team had for the Scorpions to be dismissed today. I think more importantly, Pete Salmon is eyeing a big one. I saw something very interesting today, by the way, before I came here.
Do tell, Fuzzy.
Have you ever seen brothers leading the charts, the respective charts of a first class season?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Full delivery, and someone is almost on all fours to play that shot. Michael Louis from the Leeward Islands and Jeremiah Louis. Michael Louis has over 400 runs. He's the leading run scorer. Jeremiah Louis has 22 wickets. He's the leading wicket taker in the competition. I've
King
never seen that
Louise?
before. Well, you call him Louise. I call him Louis.
No, but it's plural, Fuzzy. It's
Oh, the Louise.
grammar lesson. It's King Louise.
I didn't hear the first part. Sorry, my bad. That one is forward from someone.
I thought you Jamaicans were supposed to be so good at English, Fuzzy.
I didn't hear the
You just
first
did that
part.
patois. You
I
just
didn't
did
hear
that
the first
patois.
part. My apologies. So I stepped on your joke. Sorry. A big sweep shot that's close. And the finger goes up. 5 for Joshua Bishop. And Pete Salmon is a little bit dejected. But you sense that the moment was going to be created. He was looking for that big hike over mid-wicket. And he misses out on what would be a first century at this level. He deserved one, but that was straight. That was very, very straight.
I still think it could have been going across the leg because, of course, he was playing across the line. Can we get a replay on that again, Maddie, and maybe slow it down for us a little bit?
See,
Can we get a replay on that? And just slow it down a little bit for us, Matthew, if you can. Good morning to our producer, director, Matthew Rajaram, as some people would say it.
here it is again. No, that's definitely crashing into middle. Missing leg and off. Good decision from Patrick.
Maybe
Worcester.
middle and leg.
Yeah, I'm destructive.
Technical difficulties caused by Fuzzy. Pulled out the cord for our monitor here. So OJ Shields will be the last man in. And I mean, if you think about the stage of the game, Fuzzy, I knew that this day was going to be pivotal. Whatever happened in the first session would be interesting. So Jamaica have assembled something of a lead, 37 runs. Can they extend it? Can they back for maybe at least another hour? So if they get that lead up to, let's say, 70 or 80, that's at least something that will cause some nerves.
Yeah, but it's going to take a lot. As we saw with Shields in the previous game, he tried his best on both occasions to stay with his better batting partner, but he just couldn't hold out for a long enough period. So let's see what his mindset will be. Let's see if he has learned from that experience. Jeremiah Royal has qualities and he's going to swing for the hills. Shields is facing, and that's poor fielding from the man at point. Seems to be a substitute.
The other thing, of course, is that Jivor Royal could take a leaf out of Bishop's book here, because we discussed how Ashmi Ned was bowling too fast to the wicket. Bishop has varied his pace. He hasn't really tossed it up as much, maybe, but he's certainly varied his pace, varied his angles as well.
And he has got more dip as well. It's almost as if the balls are above your eye line, but by the time you're to play that shot, it's below and it's coming to you very quickly. But he has varied his pace well, as you said. 2 straight. This is going to be runs, at least 2, I think, or should be. That's what they will get. So no counting off the strike or farming off the strike here from Royal. Just looking to get as much runs as possible. Shields will be on strike to start the next over, but a successful end to the 107th over for Joshua Bishop. 5 for 92 for the left arm spinner who hails from Barbados.
Yeah, he's taken up some key wickets here. And the other thing to, of course, consider is that in this spell where he's gotten rid of Green and as well as Salmon, that he's bowling with a fairly new ball. It's only about 27 overs old. We got the important wickets of Leroy Lugg, Brandon King, and Pete Salmon. He actually got all 3 top scorers.
Yeah.
Actually, all 4 top scorers, because if you consider that Green has scored 35. So the top scorer for the team is Pete Salmon with 81, and then King with 77, Lugg with 64, and then Green with 35. So he's gotten all 4 top scorers, which is quite good.
And if you add, and Mansingh is a good batter as well, so it's a good 5-wicket haul, which is his first at this level.
A solid 5-wicket haul indeed.
Yeah. He did say yesterday that it was a very difficult, and you could see it in his eyes, it was a very difficult wicket to bowl, and that's what he said. So slowly. So he told you that he was really struggling with what was on offer, but he bowled well.
Yeah.
Deceived King, even though it was a very straight delivery. Deceived him in flight. And King played around a straight delivery.
Lugg was drawn into an impetuous shot.
Yeah. Ashmead Ned to O.J. Shields and Captain.
The Mansingh delivery and the Mansingh dismissal and King dismissal was similar.
Yeah. Mansingh one was a little bit quicker, flatter. Oh, that is fast from Ned. That has been his stock delivery really. And it's gotta be runs. The outfield is lightning. It's the inner half of O.J. Shields' bat. Got down in time, just about the nick of time. And more runs for the Scorpions. It's 368 now for 9.
It's just jamming his bat down and getting a little piece of that to run down to the ropes. But all that will be very beneficial to Jamaica Scorpions. O.J. Shields won't mind. G-Boy Royals probably thinking, how do you get a boundary before me?
Just needs to toss it up a little bit more. That's what Jamel Warrican did to Shields. Just toss it up, get it above his eye line. Get him thinking, get him wondering what to do. It's too fast now on that Midland off stop. There's some grip now in the surface. Darting them in. It's approaching lunch in the other games across the region. Too fast again from Ned, too full, too easy. Your team, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have been doing well in this round.
Barbados Pride in a little bit of trouble. They have slipped to 134 for 5 against the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, well, I must tell you that they have done some recovery work, because this morning they lost Jason Holder and Raymond Reefer pretty early. It's 368 for 9 here for the Scorpions, who have added what? 42 runs this morning.
Jonathan Drakes and Shane Dorridge are not out batters, 36 and 34 respectively. So they will certainly need that batting pair to hold up. CCC have moved on to 141 for 5, so they're extending their lead a little bit. So their lead is actually going up to about a little over 150, 160 or so.
Bishop to Shields. Oh wow. Well, that's Royal. That's a good shot. Hence my oh wow, because it was just too good for Shields. It was a good paddle sweep from Royal. And his first boundary of the innings takes him up to 8, and it's now 372 for 9. That was risky, but well played.
Yeah, delicate from Royal, just getting across the line, but didn't try to use power at all. Just use the pace of the delivery and guided it down to that fine leg position where there's never usually a fielder. Now a leg gully in place.
Push back a little bit more to like a man on the 45. Short fine leg. He opens up and he swings hard. There is a lane. There's a chance. Brilliant. And that brings the end to the Scorpions innings. 6 wickets for Joshua Bishop. An outstanding performance from the youngster. He's 23 years old. 6 for 96 to bowl out the Jamaica Scorpions for 372. Javor Royal was trying his best to get as close to 400 as possible, but deceived. by Joshua Bishop, and a very good catch from Kadima Lane brings the end to the Scorpions' innings. And overall, a decent innings from the home team. Would probably feel as if they could have gotten some more based on the stars from a couple of their top batters. But a 48-run lead, their highest total of the season, the Scorpions. So the academy, they have a deficit of 48. But all the praises for left-arm spinner Joshua Bishop from Barbados.
It's approaching just about 10:53, so the Jamaicans only batting for 53 minutes this morning after starting the day on 326 for sevens. Salmon and Green with a not-out batsman. Salmon on 60. He eventually fell to Bishop for 81. Derval Green fell for 35, also by Bishop. And that's the man of the moment, I guess, Joshua Bishop. 6 for 96, excellent figures there. We question why he was bowling so much, but certainly in the end he's shown his worth there. So that's the story. The Jamaica Scorpions will have a lead of 48. We'll take a short break and the West Indies Academy will be out for their second innings. And we are back here live at Sabina Park. It's day 3, session 1 of this round 4 cricket West Indies regional 4-day championship between host Jamaica Scorpions and the West Indies Academy. And the news is that the Academy trailed by 48 in the 3rd innings. Andrew Chan in your company once again. And the man, the myth, the legend, the husband of Mrs. Pinnock, Marlon Carlisle Pinnock is here. Penny, a pleasant good morning to you, sir. How are you?
Good morning to you, viewers. Good morning to you, Mr. Andrew Chang. I'm doing excellent here at Sabina Park. This morning, the Jamaican Scorpion just added a further 46 runs and lost the last 3 wickets. So that simply means the academy team trailed by 48 runs if the Jamaican Scorpion are to bat again. It's going to be Derval Green from the Michael Oliden. He will be bowling to Warrell. Immediately punch that ball into the offside, the vacant cover region. The West Indies Academy are off the mark. Very first delivery from Green. Really a hot sunny morning here at Sabina Park. Wonderful day for cricket as well. Fourth run action from Sabina Park. West Indies Academy up against Jamaican Scorpion. Host is the Scorpions. Good delivery this time by Derval Green. There, a Lane who got an half century in that first innings. Very aggressive player by nature. Didn't see the aggression in the first innings though.
Yeah, this pair had a decent opening partnership, 44, before Sean Worrell fell first. Attacking enough field here, and I like the 2 gullies here, Penny. There's 2 slips and sort of 2 gullies there. There's also a fine leg. Feel that short extra cover position, conventional mid on and mid off, and feel that square leg as well. I know it's 2 slips and a sort of 4th slip, and then 2 slips and a gully, I should say. And it's carved down into that 3rd man area. The outfield is fast. Will the ball win the race? Of course it does. And Kadima Lane is off and running with a boundary.
Fast outfield here at Sabina Park. Not the most convincing shot there coming in from Kadima Lane. Just looking to leave that ball outside the off stump. Ball just hit the outer portion of the bat from that ball past through that slip called era. No need of you chasing. It's a lightning fast outfield here at Sabina Park.
It's another sort of thick edge that runs onto that point region. Backward a point, you could say.
Actually, there's 2 slip and a gully and a backward point.
Yeah.
Derval Green, who picked up 3 wickets in the first innings for the Jamaican Scorpion, is operating from the Michael Olin end.
Nice push into the mid-off region, and there's a shy this time. Oh my! Rashawn Worrell was 3/4 of the way down the pitch. If that field at mid-off had hit, I think Rashawn Worrell would have been back in the hutch.
It was a big Leroy lug at mid-off. At the completion of the first over, the West Indies Academy were 5 without loss.
He definitely would have been gone, Rashawn Worrell.
Bit of hesitation there between the two batters in the middle for the West Indies Academy. Nearly suffered at the hands of a run out there. Had Leroy Love hit. Well, surprise, surprise. This time around, Javoy Royal will be bowling the new ball.
Indeed. Well, I saw how successful Joshua Bishop was with his left arm spin, taking up 6 for 96. And there was something that happened there, Penny, that I've noticed. It's sort of a trend, a worrying trend within West Indies cricket, is that the bowlers don't get back to back up at the non-strikers end. They sort of just, well, okay, I've done my job, I've sent on a delivery, and the fielders have to do their job. But it's something that short and tugged away. Appeal for a leg before? No. Appeal for a quarter, I should say. Well taken by Morris. A drifting delivery down the leg side.
First delivery there from Javoy Royal. Just handling down the leg side. Not keeping that right arm up, Andrew.
Yeah,
as a coach will know.
There's an adjustment in the field now. That field, that fine leg is going to a deep backward square. And there's also a short fine leg, as it were. Deep backward square player. Fielder comes into play now.
It's good to see former Jamaica and West Indies player Nikita Miller, also the assistant coach of the Jamaican Scorpions, working with Javoy Royal. And in good hands is Javoy Royal. Known for the shorter version, the T20 aspect of the cricket.
Wide delivery and gets the cut there. There's Kadeem Alain, says that down to third man. That was a easy pickings for him. It was just a short wide and slapped away for 4.
It was indeed a lot of width on offer there. He quickly to pounce upon it. And the West Indies Academy moves to 10 without loss. Still trailed by a further 38 runs if the Jamaican Scorpions are to bat again. And this is day 3 of the morning session here at Sabina Park. Oh, that's the era Javoy Royal should be looking to bowling. Just an off stump and spun away from the right-hander.
And that one turned almost 90 degrees there. That was a sharp, vicious turn there from Javoy Royal. And that's cut away again behind square. Down to third man, another 4 there. Royal is really mixing it up with some good deliveries and then some really ordinary ones as well.
Well, from the first innings, Javoy Royal has been bowling in patches, Andrew, and it has shown his very first over this morning. Got one to spin, and then the very next delivery, short and wide. And Kadina Lane won't miss out on that. His second boundary so far.
Yeah.
Should be third, I think.
Yeah, they're just a second over here, and they've already made a decent dent in that lead. That lead was, of course, 48. Good fielding there by Brandon King at short extra cover. To end the over at 14 without loss. Javoy Royal needs to toss it up a little bit more, Penny. Get some flight under those deliveries, and he's a brand new ball as well. So he should be using that seam. He should be using that bounce. That's enough with that brand new cherry.
With the arm as well.
Yeah.
Kadima Lane, so far 12 and 3 boundaries to him as well. 2 of Javoy Royals over, and then that edge down to the third man of Derval Green. So he's dealing in boundaries so far. Current run rate so far just 7 runs. My good friend Jerome Foster, so you think this game will be over in the 3rd day?
What do you think about? I mean, I understand the bowling opening with Jivo Royal, but do you understand opening with Derval Green? I think they should have tried with OJ Shield, give him a brand new ball, see what he can do. This is a third day pitch. If the ball is doing a little bit of swing or spin, there might be some misbehaving movements there for pace of his speed.
I definitely support you on that. With his pace and bounce as well, he can be very detrimental. Flashing, and this one goes over third man for 4 more runs. So he's up to 16 with 4 fours.
Only dealing in boundaries there. He didn't get the full connection on that what he wanted. I think he would have wanted to splice that through extra cover or square. But it was a thick outside edge. Got enough on it. It flew over the fielders down to that third man area for 4 runs. Kadeem Alain, well, all I can say is he's doing what he has to do.
Well, that is how we know him to play.
But the other thing, of course, is Alain will be feeling a sense of confidence after his 50 in the first innings. This is good cricket here from him. Turns that into the leg side for a single. And then, of course, he took 2 wickets as well. There's a decent all-round performance from Alain. So he'll be coming on into that with some confidence. Rashawn Worrell did look very good at the wicket in that first innings as well.
I think he got some 20 other runs as well.
Yeah. It was 25 or 57. He did spend some time at the crease. And I saw him in the nest this morning when I came in. It's good to see the academy putting in the extra work.
Nice clip towards the onside this time by Worrell. I think they put on 46 partnership in the first innings.
44.
44. Thank you, my good friend.
Well, that's why I make my notes, Marlon Pinnock. I don't have your photographic memory to remember everything that you've ever seen and done.
Learning from the great Jerome Foster.
Well, Fozzie works very hard. He just works very hard when he's not here, because of course when he's here, checking his phone and seeing who's following him and making sure his brand is strong. Of course, when he's not on here, he's working very, very hard indeed. Unlike you, Penny, I know you could just take it easy and work out whatever you need to work out in your head and send instructions to your minions. A very good morning to Penny's minions. Attend to his every beck and call, cater to his women fancies. Oh, feeling for that one was Kadeem Alain. Kept a little low though there at the end of the over 21 without loss.
Good delivery to complete over number 3 by Green. Just outside that foot stump area. That's a line, that's a length you want the fast bowlers to be bowling with this brand new ball in their hands.
Brand new ball has already taken some beating from Kadeem Alain. 4 fours and a single in his short knock so far. Trailed by just 27 now, the academy. And I think it's really up to them how much of a game they make out of this here, Penny. Because, okay, they conceded a lead, but it's not that big of a lead. It's just 48. You've already erased just about half of it. How do you play the rest of the game? You have just about 43 minutes until lunch. So if you get through to lunch relatively unscathed, by that time you would have erased the lead for sure, at least. You've been in a lead, maybe you have about 15 or 20 in front.
It is played in sessions. So the aim will be of the West Indies Academy to go through this session without losing any wicket at all.
Yeah, of course. On the leg again.
So far, this over Javoy Royal.
Well, I know left arm bowlers always enjoy bowling to left arm batters because you get the natural movement away. And I think Royal is trying to slow it down a little bit more as the fielder goes down to fine leg. And the fielder deep backwards square, he's moving around to a mid-wicket position.
Royal so far 4 deliveries, just handing the ball into the left-handed Worrell.
Needs to get it a little bit more on that line of off stump, maybe a little bit wider. That's a bit better, but still a little straight, I think.
Haven't seen Royal so far. 1.4 deliveries so far. Haven't seen him threatening the batters any at all. Of course, Brandon King, the captain of the Jamaican Scorpion, opted to go with him with the new ball. Edge this time, an excellent feeling by Jermaine Blackwood. Had slipped to complete over number 4 with the West Indies Academy 22 without loss. A very sunny morning here at Sabina Park. Breeze blowing across this wonderful venue. You can see on the players. Lovely breeze, Andrew. A lovely sunshine. And a lovely game of cricket as well.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely glorious conditions for cricket. As we're here live at Sabina Park. Derval green to Worrell.
Fighting Derval green. Had a quick fire 35 today. It was one of the wicket to fall to the man who steal the morning for the West Indies Academy, Joshua Bishop, who picked up 6 wickets.
Another man who had a decent all-round performance as he's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Worrell. Good angle. I like that angle. He has to get it a little bit straighter, or a little bit more on that off stump and fourth stump line. 2 slips on a gully waiting for the catch.
Just handling down the leg side.
Yep.
This time was Derval green.
Of course, he's overcompensating as he changed his angle.
I mean, Morris down the leg side. Didn't call it cleanly, but did a fantastic job. Ball had kept very low.
A little bit too straight again, and it's easy for Worrell to turn into the leg side. There's no run. And excellent fielding there.
Carlos Brown covering some ground to his right and then dive. And poor communication between the 2 batters as well. Worrell was halfway down the wicket. I think it's a good plot here by Derval green.
But I have to say that the Jamaican opening bowlers in both innings haven't adjusted. That's a bit of width there, and that's dropped there at that gully region. Flash, if you're going to flash hard. I was now going to say that they bowled too straight here. There's a hard chance for Mansingh, but unfortunately he was grassed.
I wouldn't say a hard chance there. At this level, you expected to take catches of such. And Abhijay Mansingh seemed to come to him too quick, Andrew.
Yeah, certainly.
But it's good to see Jermaine Blackwood going across. Give him some words of advice. Cheer him on as well. You don't want to drop the spirit of the game.
The Blackwood dropped 2 catches that slip in the first inning.
So he knows how it feels to drop a catch, Andrew.
Yeah. But coming back to my point, I was saying that in the West Indies Academy first inning, both Derval Green and OJ Shield bowl a little too straight. Derval Green is continuing to bowl a little too straight here, and then Jivo Royal as well. They just haven't quite found their radar as nicely as they would have liked.
That delivery that hit the edge of Warriors' bat was a fairly good delivery about fourth stump, forcing the drive.
Gets an edge there. This time Mansingh does well at that gully position to dive across. And once again, Jeremy Blackwood goes to give him some props, as they say. Is that the end of the over? It is indeed. And at the end of the over, 23 without loss after 5. Coming up to 11:24 here in Kingston, Jamaica.
It is really a wonderful country, Jamaica. Lovely beach.
Vibrant capital as well. There's always something going around in Kingston.
I know you enjoy the beaches here in Jamaica as well. Wonderful place.
I think I still have sunburn on my shoulders from a couple of weeks ago, Penny, when we went to Ocho Rios on Montego Bay. Royal continues, and Worrell is safely behind that one. He's trying to cramp him here, Royal. That's what he's trying to do to Worrell. This one, he gets into the extra cover region where there's acres of space. And they can push for 2. Yes, they can. A bit of a misfield there by that fielder. That's Kirk McKenzie. And really can't make a mistake on Sabina Park because there's no recovery here, Penny.
Slappy bit of feeling there coming in from Kirk McKenzie. I think the Jamaican Scorpion would be looking to prize 1 or 2 wickets here before lunch.
I almost feel as if the Jamaica Electricity Company can put a generator here at Sabina Park because this outfield, as Fuzzy said, was electric.
It is. It is indeed.
Maybe that will lower some of the electricity rates in Jamaica, Penny. Smack through the extra cover region. That is all along the turf. Get some freedom there, Rashawn Worrell. I think that's his first boundary of the day, and it is an absolutely delightful one.
It is indeed a great dexterity been shown here by Worrell. And as you mentioned, it's an electric fast field here at Sabina Park, and that shot shows it all. A bit of room there from Javoy Royal. You should see a freebie into Worrell, and he won't miss out on that. With the West Indies Academy on the back foot, looking to come back in this 4th round fixtures here at Sabina Park.
Adjustment in the field with that shot, extra cover in place, and this time Worrell tries to go square because there's no square fielder. Mid-off is also back a little bit. I don't think it's a conventional mid-off. Long on is also in position.
Run rate is very high as well for the West Indies Academy at the completion. 29 without loss. The West Indies Academy 4.83 the run rate, and they're still trailed by 19 runs at Sabina Park. Javoy Royal been on the expensive side so far. 3 overs for 16. Derval Green the 3 overs, none for 12.
Derval Green will be set to continue from the Michael Holding end. Bowling to Kadima Lane, who has had a decent start here, 17 of 16.
And 4 fours are in that 17 as well.
Indeed. Thank you very much for that update, Marlon Pinnock. It's clipped through the mid-wicket region. Will it go all the way to the ropes? Of course it will, Penny. Slightly agricultural swipe across the line from a lane. But here at Sabina Park, an inside edge can get you 4.
But definitely that's how he plays. See him last year playing in the Super 50 for the combined college and campus team, and that's how he plays. Very aggressive player by nature. Was looking to hit that ball to mid-on.
Yeah, it looked like he was shaping to hit it straight. Mid-on is mid-off I should say, is fairly wide.
But his fifth boundary came out in the second innings. Very aggressive.
I think it's positive from the academy because I mean, a 48 of a leader 48 could have been tricky if they had lost 1 or 2 wickets. You never know what news might have crept in. But they've handled this deficit very well, very positively. Flick through the leg side again in front of mid-wicket. Will that go to the ropes? No, the fielder comes around. He does quite well there. I think that's Royal actually. And Alain gets 2.
You realize before that delivery, Captain Brandon King placed Derval Royal at that deep backward square leg boundary. 2 slip and a gully waiting. Derval Green, none for 18 so far, will want a scab or 2 before lunch on day 3.
Short delivery, well played there by Alain. And but the other thing is, of course, Penny, that with that fielder now on the backward square leg, cow corner is wide open. Anything onto that leg side, anything you can flick it past, because even though mid-on is fairly wide as well, there's acres of space to be had. And the way how Green has been bowling straight as opposed to just outside that off stump. Goes over mid-off, wide of mid-off, over the extra cover. What does Kadeem Alain get for that? He gets a delightful 4 again, off to the scorers. Kadeem Alain 30 has moved on to 27 in quick time.
Top shot there, over pitch delivery by Derval Green, and the form that Kadeem Alain is in. His 6th boundary of the inning so far. He's dealing in boundaries, Andrew Chang. Current run rate is 5.85.
Yes, indeed. And the other thing we have to mention about Kadeem Alain is that, of course, if you've been following this game, he's a decent bowler as well. So a batsman, an opening batter, who can also be a first change or opening bowler. This time, that's beaten. Absolutely glorious from Kadeem Alain. That was 6 from the moment it left his bat.
Whoa, 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 that's a shot of class. My word, a magnificent stroke coming in there from Kadeem Alain. Mighty. Whoa, it was simple sensational there. As you can see here on the replay. Bang! On the up. And dispatch over extra cover for 6. Just 3 runs away.
Yeah, the sound of the bat was about as pure as you could get. And if I may quote my co-commentator, Marlon Pinnock, from Chedwin Park in St. Catherine, brutal, Marlon
It was
Pinnock.
brutal indeed.
Brutal.
6-4.
Derval Green, your figures are in an absolute mess, number 28 of 3.5. Let's see what happens on the final delivery of this over. Goes for the short ball, it's high in the air.
No man's
and it will
land.
fall short, just in the square leg region. Derval Green is down on his haunches. He thought he had a wicket there. But at the end of the day, it's Kadeem Alain who survived. 46 without loss after 7. Absolutely brilliant counter-attacking stuff here by the West Indies Academy.
It is indeed. 34 to his name so far. 6 4s and 1 6. So that's 30 runs in boundaries, and that's the 3 singles. So that goes to show how aggressive he's playing so far. Just the 2 runs away from the deficit. Current run rate 6.57 so far by the West Indies Academy. Still no signs of change of bowling. Derval Royal will be continuing.
Jivo Royal, yeah, is continuing. Kadima Lane is on the charge. And he tried to tug this one anywhere outside of Sabina Park, but only gets it down to a long on for a single. And conventional cricket should resume here now with Rashawn Worrell on strike, Penny.
I remember when scored a big half century for the combined college and campus last year at the Super 50 game. He played some real brutal stroke, as you mentioned, Andrew.
Nice push there again from Worrell. He will get a single as well.
Sensible.
And the scores are officially tied now, Penny. One more run and the Academy will be in the lead.
Sensible cricket being played here by the West Indies Academy. It's good that the Academy had 10 wickets in hand and managed to take the lead. Not yet. Two teams tied up, as you say in football, 0-0 here at Sabina Park.
Goes for the sweep shot. Does he get it fine enough? No, he doesn't get any connection on it. Another badly aligned delivery. And Kadima Lane rehearses that not a violent, I wouldn't even call that a sweep, Penny. I'd call that a swipe. What does he do now? And he goes high, he goes straight. He gets enough of it. That's 6. That's a lead. And that is Kadima Lane marching on to 41 in style.
Well, that's not a swipe this time. It's pure class being shown by Kadima Lane. To stroke that ball over long off for 6. Top class shot by the man as a 50 partnership comes up. 54 partnerships so far by these two. Excellent, firing up 44 in the first innings.
And their 50 partnership is up with that shot as well. 54, an absolutely double quick time here. I think Brandon King will have to shuffle his pack, whatever happens in the next couple overs. Bring on OJ Shields, see if he can get our lane quiet. 41 of 25. Goes to the swipe again, misses this time. How did that one not clip the off stump? Jivoy Royal, you unlucky boy.
Well, no stopping here by Kadima Lane. Just doing what he knows to do.
Yeah.
Being very aggressive, being very positive. Hence why 6 4s and 2 6 to his name so far.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the wide close, I would be sure we're commentating on a ODI or T20 game. As he goes again, and he goes straight, and he goes high, and he goes 6, and go to pair. Our cameraman was in danger there. A towering 6 again from Kadima Lane. Go to pair, I hope you're all right.
His third. My. That was very straight as well. Just below our commentary box. Big shot coming in from Kadima Lane. He's up to 47. And my word, the West Indies Academy. 60 without loss after 8 overs.
My word, my precious word.
Carnage here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, and I think the management and the behind the scenes at West Indies Academy can be extremely proud of what their boys have done this morning. Because of course yesterday was a long day of toil in the hot sun here at Sabina Park, Penny. They didn't manage to dismiss the Jamaicans, but they've come out this morning. They've gotten their rest. They've recuperated to a certain extent, of course. I'm sure the players are still very, very tired. And those who aren't batting out there in the middle will be very happy to put their feet up for a couple hours.
Well, this time around, there's a change of bowling from the Michael Olin and OJ Shields. He's been replaced. He's replaced Derval Green.
We have to wonder, I mean, it's not too little too late for the Jamaicans, but the momentum is definitely with the academy at this stage. They've erased the deficit. They lead by 12 in double quick time. Kadima Lane is on 47 of 27, my. And Rashawn Worrell, credit to him, he's played the absolute perfect foil, 12 of 21. He hasn't been stuck. And he's worked the ball around. He's gotten his singles, a couple 4s as well. Actually, I think just one or 2.
Get the license. The fire shot here is Kadima Lane. 47 from 27 deliveries. in this 4-day format. It's a healthy strike rate, Andrew.
The conventional mid-off, but that mid-on is very wide and very close in here, Penny. There's also a field at the backward square. Fine leg. 2 slips and a gully. They're looking for maybe the short ball on the hook as well. Shield definitely has a bit of nip and pace about him. Can get that ball up. That's a good delivery. Excellent delivery. Rashawn Worrell definitely had a sniff of the leather there.
And with 20 minutes before the first session of day 3, the West Indies Academy would want to go into lunch with 10 wickets in hand.
Yeah, just about 21 minutes before lunch. Batters will have a mid-pitch conversation there.
O.J. Shields just bowling his first over in this inning so far. Second delivery had some gas on it as well.
Oh, beaten there. Feeling for that one was Rashawn Worrell, but no foot movement at all. But that was a brilliant length there from O.J. Shields. Line and length.
As we mentioned earlier, Andrew, I think O.J. Shields should be bowling the new ball with some pace that he got yesterday out of this wicket. I certainly think he was the man to bowl the very first over for the Jamaican Scorpions this morning.
Yeah, indeed. Good leave there. A little bit of movement away off the seam.
Getting that delivery to move away from the left-hander. Worrell, who's been on the quiet side so far, just occupying the crease, rotating the strike. Give Kadeem Allaire the more aggressive of the two batters, who's in no nonsense mood here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, I think the real battle will of course be between O.J. Shields and Kadeem Allaire. There's the oh, beaten again. That was a wonderful delivery from Shields. Had Worrell feeling and fending for that one.
Top delivery there coming in from O.J. Shields. Just on top of the off stump. Searching outside the off stump was Worrell.
And it beggars the question, why did O'Shields not open? 5 deliveries, no runs. Of course, yes, he's be bowling against Rashawn Worrell, who's been a bit sedate. But still, he's immediately built pressure in his first over.
And of course, with his pace as well, you got to use O.J. Shields to rough up these openers.
Can he finish strong? He does indeed. That's a fantastic over. Wonderful exchange from O.J. Shields. 60 without loss, a maiden. And we'll see who Brandon King has at the other end. Does he continue with Givor Royal? Or does he see who else can come in?
Seemed to be a change of hands. Seemed to be Derval Green coming back from this end. Let's see. It is indeed.
He has shuffled his pack, but it's just to give Derval Green a change of ends. 4 overs for 29 runs this morning.
He's been put under a lot of pressure in his third and fourth over by Kadeem Allaire, who's all on his own, playing a cameo for innings so far for the West Indies Academy. 6 fours and 2 6 in that knock so far.
Yeah, 47 of 27, but of course Allaire will need to remind himself that he needs to play the long game here.
Should be 3-6 to him as well, not 2 but 3.
Wide delivery smacked through the point region, and I think the fielder attempted a catch there, but it fell just short as well. Got good connection on that lane, but maybe almost too good connection.
That was Javoy Royal diving forward, just dropping short of the diving Royal. 2 more runs to the West Indies Academy total. It is up to 62 without loss. And inching closer to yet another half century is Kadima Lair, who is on 49.
And of course, in that first innings, he got a 50 as well, but it was an even 50. He got out right after. So Lane will know that he needs to push on.
So if you realize the Jamaican Scorpion have a defensive feel and also an attacking feel as well. There's 2 slip in place. There's a 3rd man on the boundaries. There's deep backward point. There's long off. There's a man at fine leg and deep mid wicket.
Cuts this one down to that backward point region, and that will be another 50 on the trot here for Kadima Lane. It's been a wonderful inning, counter-attacking, 50 of 30 deliveries. Wonderful stuff from Kadima Lane. Can he push on? Can he make it 3 figures?
Well played to the man Kadima Lair. Back-to-back half centuries. Six fours and 3 sixes in that knock. Well played. Sets up the game as well for the West Indies Academy. Will at the start of their innings trail by 48. Now they are in front by 15. In less than an hour of play so far. Derval Green, very expensive so far. None for 32. Halfway over number 5.
Yeah. Well, I think our good friend from Weeper, who's here in the commentary box, will have some complaints from the Jamaica Scorpion or the treatment they've received from Kadima Lane. And he'll have to take those notes extremely seriously. There will be a full investigation, Penny.
Definitely.
Full investigation. Rashawn Worrell up against Derval Green.
Good area. That was to the left-handed Worrell. I think the Jamaican Scorpion need a wicket here, Andrew, before lunch. They're desperate for a wicket. West Indies Academy getting away here, 63.
They certainly need to arrest the momentum that the academy is building here.
Made that 64 now. That tipped towards the onside by Worrell. And if you look at the run rate so far, Andrew, impeccable, 6.52.
Yeah, so Kadima Lane is just 23 years old. He was born on the 1st of January 2001. Well, my. A New Year's baby.
And Derval Green, born in the 80s.
And of course, he hails from that cricketing nation of Barbados. Yet another cricketer coming out of Barbados, Spinny. That one is flailed through that field at backward point.
Throwing everything at that. Delivery to complete over number 10 with the West Indies Academy, 65 without loss.
Kadima Lane goes on his merry way, 51 off 31, making an absolute joke of regional 4-day cricket here, Penny. He's enjoying himself out there in the middle. 50 in the first innings. 2 for 29, bowling against the Jamaicans as well. Clearly a strong fellow, clearly a very fit fellow, because he spent a lot of time out there in the middle.
And it's good to see the youngsters coming to regional cricket and delivering as well. He's playing as if he was playing regional cricket for a decade now, Andrew.
Yes, indeed.
Very positive. OJ Shields will be continuing though. we go into Kadeem Alain.
And this is a battle we want to see, a batter on the top of his game against a pacer. Can really, really send it down.
Who's on top of his speed as well.
Yes, indeed. A batter on top of his game and a pacer on top of the speed gun.
So we're going to see fire with fire then, Andrew.
Yeah, they've removed the gully, and Mansing is going on to third man. I think maybe for the uppercut down that area. But of course, the lovely breeze at Sabina Park might aid Alain if he does try the uppercut. Let's see what happens, Penny. Short delivery. Up at his eye mark. Well played down by Alain in the end. I think he's wearing it on his shoulder a little bit.
Took him on the left shoulder. Good hostile fast bowling here by O.J. Shields. Not allowing Kadeem Alain the room to for his arms.
Yeah, he's actually in a little bit of discomfort here. He's taken off his gloves and such. And Jerome Foster, when he was on commentary yesterday, made the excellent point of a left-handed batter over the right shoulder is a bit of a blind spot, and I guess it would be the same for a right-handed batter over the left shoulder. And it's about there where Kadeem Alain had that. If we can get a replay on that one, my good director. No, we can't at this time, but it was a very, very good bouncing delivery. I think he's still feeling some discomfort as he moves with the bat there.
Yeah, actually, that ball in the body line, no room for him. He's a player that loves his room to play shots. And that ball was directed to the arm by O.J. Shields. Shields so far 6-7 deliveries, haven't conceded a run so far.
Yeah, the physio's out there. He's trying some movement there. No doubt the magic spray will be out as well, Finney.
In your time, you ever use a magic spray before, Andrew? In your time, you ever used a magic spray
No,
before?
no, of course we didn't have that magic spray, Finney.
Heard
You
you
had
were
to suck it up and move on. Good old ice.
I heard you were very fast back in your days, swinging the ball both ways as a left-handed bowler.
Certainly hope Alain can continue and doesn't feel too much discomfort. And of course the West Indies Academy will be playing in round 5 as well, so we want to make sure that he can continue and it's not a long-lasting injury.
But of course the physiotherapist is coming off, so it seems like he's set and ready to go again. But it's good to see the aggression being shown here by O.J. Shields. In and out of the Jamaican setup due to injury. It's good to see him back in the squad and in the 11 as well. Putting on a good show here for the Scorpions. 3 wickets to him in the first innings as well.
In the other games around the region, Windward Island Volcanoes have progressed to 149 for 4. Barbados Pride, my, they've slipped to 196 for 7 against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That's a big update there for you. Jonathan Drakes is still there, not out on 81. Jamel Warrican is in the wicket as well, not out on 10. Isaiah Thorne taking 2, Niall Smith 2, Veerasamy Permaul 1, and Gudakesh Moti 1. So they've had actually 2 runouts. No, just 1 runout. That was Craig Brafford up at the top of the order.
Jonathan Jakes getting some more runs as well.
Yes, indeed. Played nicely by Elena. He'll get off the strike and rub his shoulders a little bit, I'm sure.
Excellent cricket here by the West Indies Academy.
And the combined campuses and colleges are putting up a good little fight here. They're 152 for 5. Taking a look at that scoreboard now for you. Keon Otley is there in the wicket, not out on 34, and O'Dane McCarthy. There's some big changes to that squad that we new at Chedwin Park in the first couple of rounds. So Camille Puran has come in. Hasn't done particularly well. Demario Richard was actually retired, not out hurt. So I hope he doesn't have a serious injury. We don't know what's going on there. Yeah, so a couple of changes in names there. Jonathan Carter is no longer part of the CCC setup. Shamar Brooks is leading the squad, and he still hasn't performed well, Penny. The batting is really, really off this season. And that's what's going on around the region in terms of first-class cricket. Here in the Caribbean, a special good day to, of course, everyone at Cricket West Indies who worked so hard to put these matches on, Penny, to further the cause of West Indies cricket. President Dr. Kishore Shallow and his team are working really, really well.
Good shot delivery here by O'J Shields. Sean Worrell not interested though. 5 minutes before the lunch break interval. The West Indies Academy have a healthy run rate so far, over 6 runs. Lead by 18 runs on 0. Wonderful morning for the West Indies Academy so far. Picked up 3 wickets this morning and dominated proceedings with the bat now before lunch.
Played by Worrell. He turns that down to the third man region. Royal will pull it up just in front of the ropes. Worrell will trot back for 2. At the end of the over, it's 68 without loss. Yeah, so at the end of day 2, Jamaica ended at 326 for 7, a lead of just 2. Pete Salmon was not out on 6 there. Derval Green on 25. Those two managed to get them up to 350 before Derval Green went. And Jamaica eventually finishing on 372, a slim lead of 48 that has been easily dispatched of by Kadima Lane and this opening pair. So 68-run partnership, excellent job from them in terms of moving forward, because of course these two opened in the first innings, they made 44, and so now they've gone on to 68. So it's good to see that they're going from strength to strength, and it's good to see that they're adapting, at least in terms of what is needed. Derval Green will continue. He's already bowled 5 overs.
Now they lead by 20 runs. See a weird delivery coming in from Derval Green. Short pitch delivery. A man is at the deep backward square leg boundary as well. Let's see the approach of Kadima Lair. 52 from 34 deliveries. 3 minutes before lunch. I'd like to see how he plays his last 5 deliveries from Green.
Short delivery, goes for the hook on this occasion, doesn't get a connection there.
Well, his approach clearly is to continue how he gets his 52 runs, Andrew.
Yeah, there's a field at deep backward square leg, so if he does go for the hook or the pull, he'll need to get it in front of square. But of course, if you look at older cricket, Penny, the cricket from the 70s and 80s when the bats were a little bit smaller, I think the hook shot was a lot different. There's more of a sort of uppercut swing. It really was more of a hook. So I think the hook in general, the actual genuine hook, has sort of, I wouldn't say has been, it's almost out of the game. I don't think you see a genuine hook like that anymore.
The hook shot is mainly when the ball is over your head, and the pull shot is just in line.
And how good were you at both, Penny? I know you were very good at the pull.
I'm not good at the pull.
You're not good at the pull,
Not
my
at
man.
all.
Is it because you're not on the taller side, Penny? Is that the reason?
I wouldn't want to share my experience why I'm not a good puller anymore.
But I felt like, obviously, as a keeper, you'd have developed having a low center of gravity, so that would have bode you well when you were batting.
Well, when I was a youngster coming up through the under 15 program, I could really pull. But playing a game at St. Anne against St. Mary, I got a short pitch delivery, pulled after it, and the ball hit my tip. And I don't want to tell you the history about it.
And after that, no more pulls for Penny.
That game, I made some 97 runs against St. Mary in that game. Came back in the second innings without helmet. Then it was disaster.
Anyone annoyed you faced them without a helmet? Wide deliveries here from Derval Green, and this one is actually called a wide.
Well, I think this is the final delivery before lunch.
Might very well be indeed, Penny. And it's exactly 12 o'clock here in Jamaica. Derval Green gets it right. And what's the signal from the umpire? At the end of the over, it is 69 without loss. And the fielders are walking off for lunch here. The story of the day is that the West Indies Academy dismissed the Jamaicans after being overnight 326 for 7 for 372. A lead of 48 was easily wiped out by Kadima Lane. And the West Indies Academy will definitely feel that they've had the better of the morning session here. We'll take a short break, and of course we'll be back in about 40 minutes or so. Good afternoon, viewers, and action resumes here at Sabina Park in this round 4 match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the West Indies Academy. Andrew Chan in your company once again, alongside Marlon Carlisle Pinnock, who consumed his lunch in about 2 minutes and napped for the rest for the other 38. Good afternoon, Marlon. Are you feeling refreshed?
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the viewers. I enjoyed my lunch, Mr. Chang. Jerk chicken it was. Didn't manage to eat the rice though.
Yes, indeed.
Looking to lose some weight here, Chang.
Yeah, yep, quite so.
But of course, the West Indies Academy so far in their second innings, pegging away very quickly at 69 without loss.
Yep. And we're going to see Pete Salmon for the first time in the second innings. He's actually going to start proceedings from the southern end of the ground. Rashawn Worrell is on strike. Everybody doing a bit of stretches, getting loose after lunch. Thankfully, we don't have to do that, Penny.
Rashawn Worrell so far just playing in himself, not trying to play any rush shot so far. Speed someone to him.
Drifted on the leg side. Pete Salmon acknowledges that while there was a stifled appeal. But not bad, not a bad start from him at all.
Not at all. As you can see here on the replay here. Just handling down the leg side. Good decision by the umpire.
Back, and he pushes it through the extra cover region. That was actually a wonderful shot there from Rashawn Worrell. That's gone for 4. The first runs after lunch, and it's a pleasant 4 through extra cover.
Bad delivery there coming in from Pete. Someone jogged it down. Great shot there coming in from Rashawn Worrell. Just came back and punched that ball through the cover region.
Didn't try to hit it too hard. It was all about placement on that occasion.
Not at all, and Chavoy Royal had no chance whatsoever of stopping that. It was time to perfection there, Andrew.
Yeah.
First boundary after the lunch break interval as well. First run as well. Just a second delivery after the lunch break interval. And that's the thing with the West Indies Academy batters. Once a bad ball presents itself, they quit to pounce upon it as well.
Yeah, they lead by 25. The Academy did really well in the hour they batted before lunch.
Edge caught. So immediately in the second innings, it's first over in the second innings, and Pete Salmon gets the wicket of Rashawn Worrell, caught by the wicketkeeper Romain Morris for 19. And the West Indies Academy lost their first at 73. Pete Salmon picks up his 16th wicket of this West Indies Regional Championship 2024 season. And a big wicket it is for the Scorpions. 25 the lead, 1 wicket to the Jamaican Scorpions. Disappointed, Worrell walked back to the pavilion.
Yeah, definitely a bit of extra bounce on that delivery from Salmon. Rashawn Worrell continues to walk up very, very slowly. As the new batter is Joshua Dawn, who actually top scored for the Academy in their first innings. He made a well-played 83. Kadima Lane is still there, who is on, he's moved on to 52 of 39. A real good counter-attacking innings from him. About 3 sixes, and I think there's about 4 or 5 fours at least.
I think Dorn made a fantastic innings in the first innings as well. Played some lovely shot. Reminds me of Jonathan Jakes as well. Similar in build, similar technique as well. I think they are both from Barbados as well.
Yeah. But unfortunate for Rashawn Worrell, because that's in both innings he was out after just building himself a little platform just before break or after break. So in the first innings it was just before break, just before the drinks break at the hour. And here he only lasted 4 deliveries after lunch.
And a sharp catch there by Morris.
Played down nicely by Dawn.
So Pete Salmon in his very first over in the second innings picks up a wicket.
Up in the air, just past that fielder, short leg. Ooh, Joshua Dawn will have to be very, very careful here. Pete Salmon scored 81 in his innings at bat. And at the end of the over, it's an interesting over, 73 for 1. Pete Salmon strikes. And the Academy lose their first wicket, so they're essentially, I think, about 25 for 1, if you want to look at it like that, Penny.
Good first over there by Pete Salmon. Asking a lot of questions there. Lucky enough for Dorn, just ballooned to the left of that fielder. Seemed to be Carlos Brown.
Yeah, inspired bowling adjustment there. Credit to Brandon King and the Jamaican management for saying, hey, let's start Pete Salmon. The Dawn's 83 is actually the highest score of the match so far. Had a couple half centuries all along the way. Kadima Lane in the first innings and again here in the second. And then there was Jordan Johnson with a score as well from the Jamaican side. Brandon King, Salmon, both getting to a half century. Derval Green getting a good score as well.
I think Leroy Lugg get an half century as well. You're missing out Leroy Lugg.
Yeah.
He got 64.
64 indeed, 64, 78. That's a photographic memory there. Marlon Pinnock, shining bright. O.J. Shields, waft outside by Kadima Lane.
Shining bright.
Lazy.
As though the sun is shining bright here at Sabina Park. O.J. Shields continues to bowl a noggin line and length outside the off stump to the right-handed Kadima Lane into his third over, Andrew. Just none for 3.
The other thing, of course, is that all those batters there, they spent a lot of time in the middle. Salmon actually faced the most deliveries, 198. Appeal for a leg before, that kept low, and O.J. Shields strikes. And that's the end of Kadima Lane. A well-played knock there. 52 or 41. But unfortunately, the West Indies the Academy lose their second wicket. Jamaica on a roll after lunch. 73 for 2.
And that's what we're talking about. Why not give O.J. Shields to bowl the very first over? And immediately after the lunch break, the Jamaican Scorpions got 2 wickets. If he hadn't gotten any bat in that was very adjacent. He was disappointed, stipulating to the umpires there that he got some bat there.
Let's have another look at the replay on that one.
I would like to see it in slow motion here, Andrew.
I think that was about as plumb as you can get. Maybe kept a little bit low.
Definitely seemed to be very adjacent. He thought he got some bat on it. Different ideas from the umpire. 2 quick wickets after the lunch break interval by the Jamaican Scorpions put themselves right back in this contest here at Sabina Park. 25 the lead. 2 wickets to the Scorpions. Teddy Bishop is the new batter wearing the number 14 jersey. Jamaican Scorpions coming back after lunch very strongly here. My good friend Jerome Foster was saying this morning, this game will be over on the 3rd day. But if the Jamaican Scorpions continues to bowl like this, Andrew, definitely will be over here in 3 days.
I think this is a pivotal partnership here for the West Indies Academy. I think one of these 2 batters will have to stay here. Joshua Dawn, of course, top scoring 83. in the first innings. And Teddy Bishop, he showed his class for a short while before he was just dismissed for 14. So you want to show his worth here. But the Jamaica Scorpions have really arrested the momentum that the academy has. Well taken there by Romain Morris, but it really goes to show you that cricket is a game played by sessions, because you can see that the academy won that first session hands down. But now the Jamaicans have started this second session really on a spring, and it'll be interesting to see how the game goes from here.
That's assistant coach on camera there, Nikita Miller, former Jamaica and West Indies left arm spinner.
Oh, well bowled, beautiful Yorker there from Shields. Well dug out by Bishop.
Bowling with a lot of heart is O.J. Shields. Should be bowling over the 140 mark as well. Should be one of the fastest bowler in this West Indies Regional Championship for 2024, if not the fastest.
And in terms of the batting to come, of course, wafted at a wide one, didn't move his legs at all. That's ill-advised from Teddy Bishop.
Flirting with danger was Teddy Bishop on this occasion. Just wants to get bat and ball was Teddy Bishop. Lucky enough, Andrew didn't get an edge through to wicketkeeper Morris.
In terms of the batting to come, of course, there's young Jordan Johnson, Colin Bowen Tuckett. Jordan Johnson got a half century as well in that first inning. So there's Colin Bowen Tuckett. Naeem Young was out for duck, so he'll be hoping to avoid that king pair. Oh, beautiful. That is a beautiful follow-up delivery from O.J. Shields.
Excellent.
Really started on the money here. 73 for 2.
Excellent first over after the lunch break by O.J. Shields. And it goes to show why I think Brandon King should have started with Shields. But as we mentioned, cricket is a funny old game. Glorious uncertainty as well.
Yeah. And of course, the academy have that X factor of Joshua James. I mean, if he can bat for half an hour, 45 minutes, he can certainly add some good runs. It's all about thinking about what total they want to set. They're 25 runs ahead.
And if you look at the game at the moment, it's evenly poised, Andrew. Anything over 150, 200 and the last day wicket at Sabina Park can be very detrimental to the team batting last.
Well, I think the first goal for the academy is to bat out the rest of the day. Whatever happens, they need to bat out the rest of the day. And if at that stage you can have a total of a lead of at least over 100, and then you'll give the Jamaicans something to think about for sure.
A lot of time is left in this cricket game as well. A day and a half.
Yeah, indeed.
So about 130 overs remaining in this contest. Should be more as well. My maths is wrong there, Andrew.
Yeah. By this point, the Jamaicans have two absolutely fresh batters in the crease. Neither of them have gotten off the mark. Dawn does this time, punches that one square, and he'll get a single, just a single. He wants a second, but no, it's not on. So yeah, the Scorpions have two new batters here, and they really are the central and focal point if you want to look at it. Between Brown, Bishop and Johnson, those are your three most talented batters you have to see in the West Indies Academy. And certainly that's my perspective. Of course, Marlon Pinnock will have his own perspective on things. He might disagree with me just for the sake of it.
Not at all. Two quick wickets for the Scorpions. Really slow down the run rate. That was a pretty high for the West Indies Academy.
Well played with soft hands by Bishop, just away from that short leg fielder.
Now there's a leg slip in place as well. That's of Captain Brandon King. So he's looking wickets here. He's Brandon King. And why not? After picking up 2 wickets in 2 overs after lunch. But I think Pete Salmon on this over is a bit short there, Andrew. Not allowing the batters to come on their front foot at the completion of the 15. 74 for a loss of 2, the West Indies Academy. You can see the Jamaica under 15 cricketers getting some time to watch the Scorpions at Sabina Park. It's good to see the youngsters watching the cricket. I can assure you, by watching the cricket, they must learn something, Andrew.
Yes, indeed. Never know who could be influenced by this game to become a senior cricketer. Of course, they all have their dreams and aspiration, and then of course they'll be seeing the maroon of West Indies cricket in the helmets of the West Indies Academy.
Same way how you see those young cricketers walking around. That's the same way how Blackwood used to. And he was also the test vice captain, I should say, of the West Indies cricket team.
Yeah, very nice.
So you have to start somewhere to reach somewhere. As if you're building a house, you have to have planned foundation, and then the structure will come in place.
I think, of course, it's always the little things, you know. If you see them having a net session, the young fellows, you go and join their net session. It's a wayward delivery from Shields and well taken by Morris. And Dawn will probably think he's missed out on a freebie there because if he got a tickle on that, I would have gone very fine for 4.
I mean, Morris so far in this competition is very tidy behind the wicket for the Scorpions. On the other hand, OJ Shields are striving for that full pitch delivery, hence why it handled that ball down the leg side. Jamaican Scorpion would want to make inroads here on this 3rd day at Sabina Park. West Indies Academy still lead by a further 26 runs, but of course the most important thing, they have 8 second innings wickets in hand, Andrew.
Yeah.
And still a nice juicy batting wicket here at Sabina Park.
Out the leg side again, this one goes fine, and this one does indeed go for 4. OJ Shields just lost his radar a little bit, and I think the batter got a little bit of a tickle on that because it's given as runs.
Indeed, body line delivery this time by OJ Shields. And easy pickings by Dorn to pick up his first boundary of the innings for him so far. With the West Indies Academy moves to 78 for the loss of 2. Pretty high run rate, even though they lost their 2 wickets in cluster there after lunch. The West Indies Academy still managed to be scoring at 4.98.
Well, as of course, thanks to Kadima Lane, who was scoring runs with ease earlier.
But of course, the pace of OJ Shields got the better of him as well. even though that ball kept a bit low. With the speed that this man, OJ Shield, possesses, he can be very detrimental if he gets it right on any given day.
And if another good over from Shields, it's 78 for 2.
As we say, good afternoon to our viewers wherever you are in the world. This is the West Indies Regional Championship Run for action from Sabina Park. It's the Jamaican Scorpions up against the West Indies Academy here. Evenly poised, or evenly Steve at the moment from Sabina Park.
Yeah, not a cloud in the sky, it's perfectly blue. Reflections of the Kingston Harbour behind us. Penny takes his 5-mile swim every morning. Runs down here from St. Catherine. Oh, beaten, well bowled by Pete Salmon.
Playing the wrong line this time was Teddy Bishop, but good delivery on the part of Pete Salmon. Very economical so far. 1 for 5 in his third. And if you look at the field now, when these two new batters at the wicket, Andrew, you realize everybody's in the 30-yard circle, saving one.
That's a good field, a very attacking field. This one is flicked, gets it past that short leg again. Generally plays that shot well away from the short leg fielder. We've seen so many batters just guide that ball into the hands of short leg.
And it shows that Brandon King is looking wickets. Very attacking field.
Still can't get a run there. I think that was a delivery he could have forced through the point region, but didn't get enough on it.
11 deliveries faced so far by Teddy Bishop and haven't got off the markers yet.
Just get off the mark here with a thick outside edge. Well fielded at that backward point position by Mansing.
Shows the control that Pete Salmon is getting so far. Been hitting good areas, been consistent.
$78 for 2. And speaking of RBJ Mansing, I don't think it'll be long before we see him either, Penny. Might very well come on to replace OJ Shields, because he's another dangerous contender here. And he was the one who actually started the slide when the Academy were in a very strong position. They were 241 for 3 at one stage before Mansing took back-to-back wickets. Oh, and I think Derval Green was actually on a hat-trick for his first delivery of his first innings. I think I forgot to mention that. I guess it was a dot delivery anyway, so at the end of the day. But it would have been a hat-trick for Green. OJ Shields is the man with the ball, bowling to Dawn.
Getting some pace and bounce out of his wicket is OJ Shields.
But it's crazy. You can see how fast the outfield at Sabina Park is, because he didn't hit time that well at all, and it still almost reached halfway to the rope.
As our good friend Jerome Foster would say, lightning fast here at Sabina Park.
Yeah. Lightning fast in typing up his work as well. Lightning fast in editing his stories. Lightning fast in his commentary as well. I wouldn't like to question where else is lightning fast, Penny.
I guess you'd have to ask him.
He will not be very happy with me at all.
Maybe have to see one away and ask him that question, though.
I'm not going to ask him, Penny. You will pose that question to the good Jerome Foster.
Not at all. Dawn was ducking.
I'm doing as what we say in Trinidad. We like to chuck the fire. But we're not going to get burnt. I'm not going to get burnt. You will take the burn, Penny.
That delivery from Shield didn't get up at all. Good delivery. Screwed him up this time around was OJ Shields. And it's going to show how consistent OJ Shields is bowling at the moment. 4.5 overs so far, 1 for 7.
Brandon King is having a conversation with Pete Salmon. He ran all the way from extra cover. Let's have a word with him. Maybe he saw something that he thinks that maybe Salmon could try in his next over. I think the umpire is pulling out his scissors or something. There might be a clipping on the seam that needs to happen.
Maybe OJ Shields is hitting that seam too often.
Maybe. Maybe it's part of the leathering the ball took earlier on from Kadima Lane. Credit to the two umpires out there in the middle, Penny. I think they've done a really, really good job in terms of the calls that have been made. The Jermaine Blackwood LBW, I think, was a bit contentious for Jerome Foster, but I can see how that one could go either way. But the standard of umpiring has been really good.
Actually, when I look at it on the replay, Blackwood is a very short batter, so it's pretty close to me.
Yeah. Like I said, it could have gone either way. If the umpire didn't give it out, you could understand why. But if it was given out, you can also understand why. Sort of on the fence decision. On the leg side, and that's flicked fine, and that's going for 4. Another badly directed delivery from Shields, and he's feeding up 3 runs for the academy. The lead moves on to 34, and they move up to 82 for 2.
Body line delivery here, as you can see on the replay by Shields, and easy pickings for Dorn, who's in tremendous form. So he won't miss out on that. He get his second boundary of this contest so far.
Yeah, you see, easy picking. That was low-hanging fruit just by his legs, and he can just flick it away.
Or just, he's on the reach away.
Yeah. There's a juicy fruit as well to get a 4. Good short delivery from Shields. Well played by Joshua Dawn. And is that the end of the over? No, I think there's one delivery. No, that is the end of the over. 82 for 2 after 18.
Realize the 2 boundaries coming from Shields. His tool deliveries handling down the leg side. You haven't seen any of the batters so far driving Shields through the covers or pulling Shields over mid-wicket. It goes to show he's striving too hard to get those deliveries full up in the black hole as well. .34 the lead for the West Indies Academy. As I mentioned, Abhijay Mansingh earlier, he's now been introduced into the attack from the Michael Olin end.
Well, I did call it, but I said he would replace Shields, Penny, but instead he replaced Salmon. And he actually started, in the first innings, he bowled from the northern end of the ground. He switched ends now. And I think it'll be very, very interesting to see what sort of purchase he gets on this day 3 pitch, Penny. I think he can be a dangerous customer.
think earlier when Brandon King spoke with Pete Salmon, Andrew, just telling him that he's going to give him a rest and try Abijay Mansing from the Michael holding in.
Flick nicely to the wide mid-on region, and a good run there for Bishop, and I think he finally gets off the mark with that one. A good run there from Teddy Bishop to get off the mark. His first runs, and the Academy's lead goes up to 35.
Just to the right of that big Leroy log there at the mid-on area.
Up in the air. Step back into his crease, Dawn, to try to flick that past that mid-wicket region. Almost flicked it directly into short mid-wicket.
Very risky
Careful
there.
of that one.
So far, Abijay Mansing haven't carried the batters on the front foot so far. All 5 deliveries so far from Abijay Mansing. The batters been playing on the back foot.
Exposed his stumps there as well, John. I think he's a little bit rattled here by Mansing. Back and defends this one nicely. But interesting first over by Mansing, 83 for 2 after 19.
On the shorter side of things was Mansing, lucky enough to conceded a run. As there's a beautiful sunshine air at this wonderful venue, Sabina Park, the home of cricket. Some wonderful ground in Jamaica as well.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, Shredwin Park.
Yeah, it is a pleasant place to watch cricket. I'd just like to say a special good afternoon to all the journalists who might be sitting down here in Sabina Park with us. I can't call any names of any companies, Penny, of course, but the journalists who are enjoying their time at Sabina Park. They bring their special lunches and such.
Finger looking good lunch they bring as well.
So it's a change of ends for Pete Salmon. He's going to come from the northern end of the ground, so it might be spin for a while here, Penny. Of course, that means they get through the overs very quickly. So,
and if you look at the Jamaican Scorpion, just have 2 fast bowlers.
But I mean, I think it goes to show that that the pitches in the Caribbean really do need a lot of work, Penny, because it's 19 overs in, and you're already operating with 2 spinners pretty much.
So far, we haven't seen Pete Salmon carrying the batters on the front foot. And with a man under the bat there, you want to carry the batters on the front foot.
Smacked into the extra cover region, well fielded by Brandon King, and there is no run.
Pleasant looking drive there coming in from Teddy Bishop.
I would actually like to see Jermaine Blackwood on this pitch, Penny, and I'll tell you the reason why after this delivery. Pull down to long on and we get a single there. But of course he's a medium pacer, and sort of that wobbly seam action I think might be a little bit dangerous on this pitch, and of course the players want to impose themselves on Blackwood. Might give him a bit of confidence as well, because his batting of course this season hasn't been very good.
And maybe it could be his day as well.
Yep.
This can be very useful for the Jamaican Scorpion, knowing that just the 2 seam bowlers included in 11 for this game.
Well, do you think Jamaica are missing maybe a fast bowling all-rounder in that sense?
Definitely, I think the young McCarthy, that's Andrew McCarthy, is bowled. Pete Salmon gets is second. And the West Indies Academy Dorn goes bold by Pete Salmon. 84 for a loss of 3 here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, at the end of the over, that's the end of Joshua Dawn. Unfortunate for him. The Jamaica Scorpions are really making some inroads into the batting here. As we have a look at the replay, he just tried to cut a delivery that came back into him, Penny. It was an ill-advised delivery. There was almost no celebration from Salmon at all. He just walked back to his mark. As you can see there, but it was a decent bit of spin. It was coming back into him. And it's an ill-advised shot from Donna, you'd have to say.
Well, of course, Pete Salmon bowling off spin to a right-hander. You expect the ball to spin into the right-hander. So there's no way you're backing away. That's the problem you're asking for. As the West Indies Academy lost their 3rd wicket. And Jordan Johnson making his way towards a wicket for the West Indies Academy. West Indies Academy lead by 36 runs.
Yeah, the young Jamaican comes on to do battle against the Jamaicans. In a very, very good position here are the Jamaica Scorpions.
And Pete Salmon having a game of his life so far in this 4th run action. Scored 81. And now 2 for 6 so far with ball in hand. The Jamaican Scorpion fighting back in this 4th round encounter here at Sabina Park. 3 wickets so far to fall for the West Indies Academy. 2 to Pete Salmon and of course 1 to O.J. Shields.
Jamaican physio is on the field, which is why we haven't had any, which is why there's a slight delay in the game. I'm not sure he's checking on it. It looks like Mansing. BJ Mansing. Getting a little bit of discomfort. Looks like they're tending to the leg area. Anyway, just a scrape on the arm, Penny. All that drama for just a scrape on the arm.
Maybe it was when he was diving around in the field at backward point, Andrew.
Yes, indeed.
Tough character as well.
Yep, can't do that anymore.
You can, but you choose not to.
Yeah, well. And before I could have tumbled everywhere, now I might just break a couple bones if I just fell slightly. Nice, he's getting some strapping on his arm. There is Mansing. There's bowling arm as well, so I hope he isn't too affected, but he happily takes off his cap and gives it to the umpire.
Jamaican Scorpion here fighting back at Sabina Park on day 3 of this West Indies Regional Championship Round 4 action. As Jerome Foster get ready to join in the commentary. Edge! And caught this time by Jermaine Blackwood. Finally, Jermaine Blackwood takes a catch in this game. And my word, West Indies Academy is in more trouble upon trouble. They are now 84 for loss of 4. Abijay Manson picks up his first.
Yeah, it was a juggling catch there by Jermaine Blackwood, and he was delighted to take this one. Let's have a look at this one again. Swiped out by Teddy Bishop, juggled it, pushed it up in the air, did Blackwood, and then eventually take the catch. And 1 for 1 has Abijay Mansing off 1.1 deliveries.
I tell you what, that ball flew off the bat. Good reaction there shown by Jermaine Blackwood to push that ball and parry that ball up and take it on the second bounce. Very good catch there coming in from Jermaine Blackwood.
There was some extra bounce on it, but I think it was too close to cut. Colin Bowen Tuckett comes out, and once again the They're just two new batters at the crease. So if you look at the fall of wickets, it's complete. Both sets of wickets have fallen in clusters. 2 wickets fell with the score on 73, and then another 2 with the score at 84. Penny. So the Jamaica Scorpions just not allowing the academy to keep that momentum that they had starting when they started their innings.
Good sharp catch there, coming in from Jermaine Blackwood. 36, the West Indies Academy lead the Jamaican Scorpions by. And Abhijay Mansingh, as I mentioned earlier, he could be a great factor for the Jamaican Scorpions. Second over, first ball in the second over, Andrew.
Yeah, well, if we said today was the big day, Penny, then this session is the most pivotal session, and so far Jamaica Scorpions have put a stranglehold on this session.
As we mentioned, cricket is a glorious game of uncertainty. Earlier this morning, some beautiful shot of Kadima Lair, and now, after the lunch break interval, the Jamaican Scorpions picked up 4 valuable wickets. 2 to Pete Salmon, 1 to O.J. Shields, and now 1 to Abhijay Mansingh.
Colin Bowen Tucker stretching out every sinew he could to get forward to that one.
This young wicketkeeper reminds me so much of Jamar Hamilton of the Leeward Island Hurricane as well. Similar stature.
Goes for the short delivery, he pulled that through mid-wicket. Will he get runs here? He does indeed. It won't get to the ropes, but Bowen Tuckett is off the mark and picks up a vital 2 there. Well, every run that the West Indies Academy now makes is a vital one here, Penny. With the complexion of the game has completely changed now.
Just pulling down that delivery was Abhijay Mansingh, and allow Tuckett to get off the mark with a pull shot out to keep backward square leg with Derval Green. Covers some ground there.
86 for 4 after 21. I take my leave. The next and up next after some words from Marlon Pinnock will be the second pride of St. Catherine, because of course the first pride is Jerome Taylor, so the second pride has to be Mr. Jerome Foster.
And of course, immediately as Jerome Foster makes his way towards the commentary box, the sun is out in its glory. Beautiful sunshine here at Sabina Park. And of course, the breeze blowing nicely across the ground as well. With West Indies Academy, 86 for the loss of 4. Absolutely wonderful spell of bowling this afternoon by the Jamaican Scorpion bowlers. Pete Salmon so far 2 for 6. O.J. Shields 1 and Abhijay Mansingh 1 as well. As we say good afternoon to you, Jerome Foster.
And the Scorpions have reduced the academy team to 27 for 4 in this session. Made a frenetic start just before lunch with Kadeem Alain and Rashawn Warrior, predominantly Alain. Brought up his 50. But since then it has been the Scorpions. They have been stinging after lunch. 2 wickets for Salmon. And as Marlon Pinnock said, a wicket for Mansingh and Shields. Jordan Johnson, who had 61 in the first innings, is now at the crease. Familiar with this ground, Jordan Johnson. He's from Jamaica, but he plays for Lucas Cricket Club. A prodigious talent. Well, a highly rated talent. Went to Wilmer's Boys School. He had the distinction of playing 2 under-19 World Cups. Played here in the Caribbean in 2022, played in 2024 in January. And not many players get the chance to play 2 Youth World Cups, so that tells you the potential and talent that is there with Jordan Johnson. But he, along with Carlin Bowen-Tuckett, would have to claw their team out of a tricky situation. They're running hard. There's a chance for a run out, but they're quick enough. The pair of Johnston and Bowen-Tuckett takes the score to 89 for 4. Salmon just 2 straight there just now.
Excellent running between the wickets by these 2 youngsters of the West Indies Academy team. Desperate for runs, the Academy team, losing 4 wickets very quickly this afternoon. And hence why they are in this position. A quick fire, not this afternoon, by Kadima Lane.
Spun pass, the man at short leg, that's Carlos Brown, and it's slow turn again. More involvement for the ball today at Savannah Park. It's gripping a little bit more. It's creating a little bit of a havoc for the batters. 89 for 4. A lead of what, 41?
Kadima Lair this morning hit 6 4s and 3 6s in that knock of 51 from 41 deliveries. It was very brutal at top, Foster.
Yeah. Took Javor Royal to the cleaners.
As well as Derval Green.
As well as Derval Green. It's going to be Mansingh. I've been asking for Mansingh to bowl from that the Michael holding in from the start of the season. He picked up a wicket already in this spell. Now he has a chance to bowl a lengthy spell from that end. That's where most of the leg spinners who have been here in this competition have done their damage from. He was being bowled from the Courtney Walsh end for the majority of his spells. Oh, he's looking to cut, and then he came out of the shot at the last minute there, Johnson. It was too close.
Asking question is Abhijit Mansingh. Jordan Johnson, known for his aggressive playing as well. Known that his team is under a lot of pressure here at Savannah Park. We want to make amends here for the academy team.
Turns that into the onside for a single. 90 for 4. And what looked like a game that was on a knife's edge, with a berserk start from Alain and Worrell, has now caved in for the academy team, and they're backed in a corner where the Scorpions are ready to pounce.
I tell you, Foster, at one stage the West Indies Academy were scoring over 7 runs and over. It dropped significantly to just 4.
A little bit too short there from Mansingh. Enables Bowen-Tuckett to get his 5th run. It's 91 for 4. And again, it's not just a cheap saying or a cliche that the longer you bat, the more time you spend, the more runs you will get. For the academy team, they have to realize that's down the leg side. There's a loud appeal. Umpire Gustav says no. And Johnson was confident that he didn't touch it.
Good take by Morris. Doing a fantastic job behind the wicket for the Scorpion this season is Morris. Brilliant take. Absolutely brilliant take there, Foster.
Yeah, skipped away to his right. Opens up. There's no man out there. That's a top shot from Jordan Johnson. Exquisite. Gave himself a touch of room to create that space with the ball spinning back towards the stumps, and hit it with a straight butt through the offside, almost through cover point. And that's a very good shot. It's not what they tell you to do. It's unconventional. But once you master it, it looks very good. It's 95 for 4, the score of the academy team.
And that's why the great Brian Charles Lara will tell you that he likes this young man in Jordan Johnson. Only Brian Lara in his days played those shots. Backing away to the leg spinner, who's naturally spinning the ball into him as well. Creating that space to score the ball through the arm side. Top shot there coming in from Jordan Johnson.
Has a lot of quality.
Pete Salmon will continue. 2 for 9 so far. In his 6th. Having the West Indies Academy batters in a lot of trouble here at Sabina Park.
And I really like this field from the Captain King as well. Only one man out deep. That's the man at deep forward square. Bowen tucks it to that man.
Seemed to be Kurt McKenzie.
So there's a slip and a short leg for the ball spinning back to the right-hander. And normally you'd have the man at long on back. But because of the state of the game, the Scorpions are on top. So they're trying to stay in that position and forcing the academy players to be ultra aggressive to score boundaries. This is gonna be at least 2, I think. Yeah, good running from Johnson, good shot as well. A lot of wrist involved there to open the blade at the last minute to get the ball to the right of Kurt McKenzie, who is sweeping on the boundary. Had to run around. Takes the score now up to 98 for 4.
Jerome Foster, this youngster in Jordan Johnson, is very special. The way how he goes about scoring runs tells it all.
That's a brilliant shot again. A deft touch. And it races into the boundary for 4, and the 100 comes up. It was a full toss. But he didn't try to overhit it. And just deflected it to a vacant fine leg region for 4. And Jordan Johnson gets a second boundary in his innings. And takes him up to what, 16 now. And it's 106 for 4.
Easy pickings for Johnson. Too easy in the eye. This youngster is a special young cricketer. One for the future for West Indies cricket as well. Remember Jordan Johnson and his brother as well, coming to the Jamaica defense for his ground chain.
Edge dropped. Yeah, it was. Or was it a bye? Let's wait and see. Well, it did spin. Oh, it wasn't an edge. My apologies, Romain Morris. It spun past the edge. Unable to take that one. 103 now for 4.
Both parents of Jordan Johnson is a soldier as well. Disciplined family. I always heard that the soldiers are very disciplined, Foster.
Well, you would know. Bowen Tuckett goes for the sweep shot for a badly lined delivery. But you see it in his mannerisms as well. He's rather shy, as I said. Doesn't like the media. He doesn't like to have attention on him. But he plays well. Good field positioning again.
There's that space in the cover region for Bowen Tuckett to look at, with the off spinner spinning the ball back towards him, thinking that he can hit through the offside. Similar to what Joshua Dorn did, and he was bowled by someone who was 2 for 16. That over was a little bit ragged, but he has been decent.
And it's good to see Brandon King, how he rotates his bowler so far in this innings. It's a plus for the Jamaican Scorpions.
Yeah,
All the bowlers, all the main bowlers have had a bowl already in the 24 overs.
This is something you weren't getting in the 3 first runs from the Scorpions.
Yeah, if we're being very honest, yeah. It felt as if Pete Salmon was going to tie up an end, and then the other bowlers got a chance to bowl.
It's a good matchup here with Abhijay Mansingh bowling to Jordan Johnson. 2 fielders out. at the deep backward square leg boundary and one just at the deep square leg boundary.
So it's more defensive for Mansing. There's also long off and point on the boundary, but neither of them are going to stop that. Yeah, that's 4. That's a top shot. It was a full toss, but he had to gap it and got it to the left of the man at cover, who is O.J. Shields. And Johnson is on the move here. He's on the march.
Superb timing there by Jordan Johnson. That's the class of the youngster Johnson. He gets his 3rd boundary of this contest so far.
Probes at that one outside the off stump. And he's not trying to overhit the ball. He's just using his timing and finding the gaps in the field. He's used to these players.
Made 300s in Sri Lanka prior to the World Cup. Place where spin is predominantly the top factor, so he can bat spin. Goes over extra cover. There's deep point. And he spins past Derval Green. That's poor. Yeah, he has to do better.
That's
He ran past the spin of the ball. That's elementary. It's 111 for 4 now.
very poor on the part of Derval Green on the boundary. I don't think Derval Green will want to see this any at all. That was a spore. And Johnson picks up his 4th boundary. He's up to it's up to 20. 1-1-1 for the loss of 4 here at Spina Park. The West Indies Academy fighting back. They lead by 63 runs.
Punches that one down to long off. Johnson starting to get a move on here.
And when he scores, he tends to score pretty quickly. At this point, he hasn't played a shot in anger. He's been calm.
Cool,
Speak
calm,
his moments, yeah.
collective so far is Jordan Johnson. So at the completion of another over 1-1-2 for the loss of 4. The West Indies Academy lead by 64 runs. Jordan Johnson very comfortable. It looked very easy as Norm. You can see former Jamaica and West Indies leg spinner Odin Brown, and also Carlton Boyd Jr., former West Indies cricketer as well. I think he's a selector.
Yeah, both are.
Both are selectors. So it's good to see the experienced players who have been around the Jamaican setup for a number of years now being in the selecting field.
Brown was West Indies A player, not West Indies, but West Indies A, because he didn't play a test, but
Played tour matches for the West Indies A team. That's on the full. That's sliding down, says Salmon. And is some agreement from the umpire. Stark contrast in terms of what has happened with the first innings. Goes to that man at short point who is Shields, who I don't think should be in that position. It's going to be a high volume area for Johnson.
Loves to hit the ball through the covers. Looks very easy in the high once he's playing a defensive stroke as well. Attack, defense look very easy. He's just a special young cricketer.
easy onto the front foot. So possibly someone could slow it down a bit just to get that extra bit of spin and turn. completes the over.
I think that's a maiden over. It's 112 for 4.
Good comeback over there by Pete Salmon. 2 for 16 so far from 7 overs.
So even though they have lost 4 wickets in this, what I would say just about 58 minutes of play, the academy team, they've still found a way to score 52 runs. Or 53 runs.
Jordan Johnson in particular looking to tick, scoring over. Tuckett so far just been the anchor so far. Unbothered so far is Tuckett. Young wicketkeeper batter. Haven't registered any big score in the competition so far. And will want to make this one count. Pleasant looking drive up the wicket this time to mid-off.
Was dismissed by Mansingh in the first
innings. Caught and bowled off a full toss. All these players, they do look solid in defense.
It's just their execution at times have faulted them.
Oh, that was a quicker one. Left alone. Good judgment in the end.
Quicker through the air by Mansingh. Tuckett just leaving that one outside the off stump, but the off stump was exposed. That's why you hear who's and ahs. Should be the final delivery before the drinks break.
Another maiden over, back-to-back maidens to complete the first hour of play since lunch. And the West Indies Academy in their second innings, 112 for 4. They have lost 4 wickets in this hour of play since the break, and has put the Scorpions back in contention, or in strong contention, to really push for an outright win in this 4th round match here at Sabina Park. A 64-run lead. Carlin Bowen Tuckett 6, and Jordan Johnson is on 21. And we'll take a short break. I will be back with some more action.
So Salmon is continuing after the drinks break. So Jordan Johnson is on strike. Continues to show good qualities on the front foot. Meeting the ball, smothering the spin. Lead of what? 80. Well, 64. .16 deliveries now for the Scorpions. Trying to apply some pressure. Run rate is still over 4 runs and over. The academy team, they have been scoring fast all game. Scored quickly in the first innings on the first day. Oh, good delivery. One spun past the bat. Played the right line though. Johnson didn't follow the ball with his hands. And it left him at 112 for 4 for the academy team.
2 made in a row by Pete Salmon. Continues to peg on here at Savannah Park for the Scorpions. All-round performance so far by him. It's good to see Pete Salmon doing a fantastic job for the Scorpions. Abijay Mansingh so far hitting good areas, and hence why he has a wicket to his name as well. Attacking field being set here by Brandon King. He's looking wickets, and wickets is the order of the day if the Scorpions are to come out winners in this West Indies regional run for action.
Bowen Tuckett is almost at a standstill now in his innings. Had a easy start, a couple of flicks and dabs. Straighter line has been applied to him now, so he has been resorting to defending. He's back. That's a lot of time for him to play a pull shot. And I don't know. It's always going to go into the boundary once it beats the fielder close by. This outfield is quick. That was a bad delivery from Mansingh. Just dragged it down. And easy pickings for Carlin Bowen Tuckett. And takes the partnership up to 32.
2 shot by Mansingh. Easy pickings for Tuckett. He won't miss out on that. Very loose delivery from Mansingh this time around. Not often in this inning so far you see a loose delivery from the Scorpion bowlers.
So it took them 18 balls to get a run. Well, that would be 19, and then that delivery for 4 made it 20 balls. Releasing the shackles a bit. For the academy team, what do you think is the sort of lead that you could really put some pressure on the Scorpions batters with?
Well, on the 4th day here at Savannah Park, anything over 210, 220 would be a good ask.
Short again. Derval Green didn't even move. It was hammered forward of square for another boundary by Carlin Bowen Tuckett, who packs a punch for a small player. 120 for 4 now, the academy team.
Short delivery here by Mansingh, asking for trouble. Tuckett right back. Pack a punch, as Foster said. 4 more runs to his credit. 4 more runs to the West Indies academy total, which pushed the lead up to 72. 6 second innings wickets in hand.
Easy for Carlin Bowen Tuckett to negotiate to complete the 29th. The first after the drinks break. And
the West Indies Academy. They are 120 for 4. That's-
Boundaries coming in from that Mansing over. Pete Salmon so far being an outstanding work for the Jamaican Scorpions. 2 for 16 so far. I think there's 3 maiden in that as well from his 8 over. Mansing just guilty on 2 occasions to pull down 2 deliveries. Tuckett capitalized very well. Got 2 boundaries, 2 welcome boundaries for the West Indies Academy.
Round the wicket now from
Someone. That round the wicket angle is an angle that creates problems for the left-handers, especially
if the off spinner is able to pitch on and about middle stump, have while drifting towards the stumps, then it spins away. Too short. Cracked into the knees of Carlos Brown. Is on that protection gear. Should be okay.
Last 15 deliveries so to Jordan Johnson. All that deliveries.
These were 21 from 32 with that involved. So that tells you how quickly he was scoring, and he wasn't being aggressive either.
Definitely.
He was just putting away a few bad deliveries. And he gets off the mark now. And he gives a jig with the run.
Happy to get off the mark there. After 16 deliveries, finally, and gotten a single out to the vacant square leg area. Scores up to 1-2-1 for the loss of 4.
Just an update from around the grounds in the region. Combined campuses and colleges 225 for 7 against Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That's a lead of 239. Bowen Tuckett goes back. That was dangerous. Should have been forward to that. At Coolidge in Antigua, Barbados Pride, they were dismissed for 230. Jonathan Drake's getting a maiden first class century. Diana Harpy Eagles 32 for 2, a lead of 138. Bowen Tuckett goes for a sweep. And that completes the over at 121 for 4 after 30 overs by the Scorpions. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're in control against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes in their second innings, 240 for 6. They had made 191 in their first innings. The Red Force had a lead of 103, so that means Volcanoes are leading by 137 with 4 wickets in hand. And that game is at Port of Spain. The Volcanoes are the leaders, by the way. The Hurricanes are second. Barbados Pride third. Jamaica fourth. Trinidad fifth.
It's good to see the youngster in. Jonathan Jakes getting his first class century as well. Scored 83 in that first game.
Trying to guide that one down to third man. Not the safest shot to play, Jordan Johnson. A change in angle for Mansing. Round the wicket now to Johnson, spinning the ball back into the left-hander naturally. There's a deep mid-wicket. There's a square leg on the boundary, and there's a long on. Also a long off and a deep point. Sweep shot comes out. No need to move. Split the gap perfectly with a lot of power as well from Jordan Johnson. Smashed it in front of the Kingston Cricket Club for 4. 125 for 4.
Tremendous timing there by Jordan Johnson. As you can see here in the replay, full delivery there, Foster. But got great connection on it as well. As you mentioned, split the gap between these two fielders at the deep.
And it's good base in his sweep shot as well. Goes for it this time again. Mansingh runs away. He's convinced, not Gustad though, and he's the one that matters. Seems as if Mansingh was a little bit disappointed, but let's look at where Johnson got hit. Was it outside the line?
Outside.
I think it's outside the line of the off stump. I think that's
call.
a good decision.
Excellent decision by the umpire. It was outside the off stump.
Yeah, it was definitely going on to the stumps. The impact outside makes it difficult by the rules of the game, or the laws of the game. Peppering that man at cover. Mansingh was not pleased, especially given that he was hit for a boundary the previous ball.
He thought he had his man though. He was running towards the mid-wicket region celebrating.
Hammered back to Mansingh. He takes a catch. Is it a catch though? Johnson has to walk away.
And another wicket goes down for the academy team. It was building up. They were testing his patience. And Mansingh changed his angle round the wicket. And he has now brought the demise of Jordan Johnson and that of the West Indies Academy middle order batter.
Good catch. Fantastic catch by Mansingh. He gets his reward. He's second.
It's a sharp return. I don't know if my eyes are fooling me or what. It's a clean catch. Oh, to me it looked as if it was a bomb ball, but that's just me. I don't know. I need glasses.
Mansingh 2 for 30. The West Indies Academy lead by 77 with 5 innings wickets in hand as the captain Naeem Young makes his way to the wicket.
Naeem Young was dismissed first ball.
I think it was Mansingh as well.
Yep, very first delivery. Similar mode of dismissal the ball before. That was off Carlton Bowen Tuckett. It was a return catch that was above his head. And then the very next ball was a googly to Naeem Young. And dislodged the off bail. So it's almost a sign of deja vu here now. We've seen it already.
Well, the Jamaican Scorpion really came back in this encounter here at Sabina Park. 5 wickets after the lunch break interval.
So Mansingh gets his desperate plea of a wicket
By bagging the scalp of Jordan Johnson for 26. And that completed a successful over for the leg spinner at 125 for 5. Naeem Young has joined Carlton Bowen Tuckett at the crease. And the Scorpions now must feel or sensing that moment where they can run home the advantage. Let's go for the kill and bundle out the academy between now and the end of the day's play. They've picked up 5 wickets in what, just about I would say an hour and 19 minutes.
Well, of course, Pete Salmon 2 for 17 and Abby J. Mansingh 2 for 30 doing the
bulk
damage.
of the damage, yeah. Oh, there was a loud shout of catch him. Carlos Brown had to wear a cape to get that.
Just to his left though, Foster.
Yeah. He couldn't grab that one. It was too far from him. Getting some bounce speed, someone he tends to do. He's over 6 foot. Yeah.
When you look at the Jamaican Scorpion with a Javoy Royal who haven't made a great impact in this 4th round fixtures at Sabina Park.
Yeah.
Then you sense where a young Andre McCarthy could have made his debut.
Well, based on how the surface has played, probably would have been better served. But now the ball is actually gripping. But Royal, I think, has just bowled too quickly. Has been off colour. Captain Young wants to have a say in this encounter.
Hasn't really done much. Didn't do much with the ball in hand. Took a very good catch. But that has just about been it. Forward now.
And he's one of those players who's been spoken about for some time. His potential, captaining the team now. Also played 2 under-19 World Cups.
And nothing from Naeem Young. He's doing a fantastic job by captaining the young West Indies Academy team.
He has missed the last round of matches due to an injury. He's back in the fold now and he wants to leave a mark on his team. Testing stuff from Pete Salmon,
who had the man at long on and deep mid-wicket out to complete his over. Only 1 run conceded. And it's 126 for 5. Carlton Bowen Tuckett is the man at the non-strikers end.
Well, of course, he'll be at the strikers' end for the start of the 33rd over. Abhijay Mansingh will be bowling to him as well. Last delivery in the 31st over. He removed Jordan Johnson. He was looking very dangerous at Sabina Park. Now the Scorpion will want to go for the kill here. A significant drop in the run rate. At one point this morning the run rate was over 7 runs. Now just 3.98.
That's what wickets do.
Losing wickets constantly. You're not able to build partnerships. You're not able to attack the bowling consistently. It's always critical that when you have a set partnership, that you carry it as deep as possible. Cutting away is Bowen Tuckett. And for those who were worried about Shamar Joseph, he's now in India. He has landed in India for the IPL, which starts next weekend.
He's going to be playing for the Lucknow Super Giants.
Team coached by an Australian, Justin Langer. Goes back into his crease deep again. Green does well this time to handle the spin, but he can't limit 2 runs. Morris is not impressed with the work. Ball bubbled a bit on Green. It's now 128 for 5, a lead of 80.
Short delivery here coming in from Mansingh.
Has to stay on that good length. Once he stays there, he creates problems. Got a wicket from a short delivery. The initial wicket, which was the wicket of Teddy Bishop. But once he stays wicket on wicket, he has been difficult to score from. Like that. It's just that when he goes short or too full, it has become easy pickings for the batting unit at 128 for 5 after 33 overs.
The West Indies Academy now lead by 80 runs. Of course, with Captain Naeem Young at the wicket, and he's batting with Tuckett. These two should be thinking of a partnership, and just the opening partnership that worked over 50 runs, and from there on, you haven't seen any significant partnership for the West Indies Academy team. Well, Naeem Young goes over long on this time, bang into the stands. A big shot there coming in from Naeem Young. What a way to get his account open.
Flighted delivery there from Salmon. And it was into his arc. Duly dispatched out of the park. Where it's important now to mix the aggression little bit of smartness, get some running involved, get some singles involved just to get someone off his game and his rhythm. Don't think he will mind being hit for a couple of sixes, because that gives him
The thought that he'll be threatened and then he'll be able to probably outfox the batter. So once he reaches a stage where he's bowling every other delivery to a next player, that's where the problem comes in. Balloons off the pad, no chance of a catch. Carlos Brown has taken a few under that helmet in that position so far this season. Some sharp ones as well. Played with soft hands, Young. Good comeback from Salmon as well. 4 dots since being dispatched over his head. Goes again, Young. You won't get that, Javor Royal. That was just too full. And it's easy to swing through the line here at Sabina Park on a placid surface at 140 for 5.
Same era. Naeem Young goes. This one is even bigger than the first. But same result. 6 more runs to the West Indies Academy total, which is up to 140 for the loss of 5. The lead is up to 92 Foster. They want to write off these young West Indies Academy players.
See if there's going to be a change in the bowling. Yeah, Javor Royal is going to be bowling. I think Captain King has sensed that Young is going to be aggressive. Maybe it's going to be a switch of ends for Mansingh as well. It could be. Someone has bowled, what, 11 overs unchanged?
Well, you have to give King the crown for how he's rotating his bowlers so far. Haven't allowed 1 or 2 bowlers to settle in at once.
He's given them breathing space to operate, but once he has spotted that the bowlers are struggling, he hasn't been afraid to remove them from the attack or found better rotation of angles for them. That one is down the leg side. It spun a bit from Royal. I still believe he's not having his greatest of days with ball in hand. Far better than what you're seeing on the screen. None for 30 from 4. Switching the field with Derval Green going a lot squarer. Down the leg side. Change in angle now for Royal, which is strange because there's enough assistance there so far for him, just that he's bowling a bad line. Bowen tuck it, no pun here, tucks it into the onside and he's putting Green under pressure and gets 2. Good running from the youngster. Urgent running. Took everything out of Derval Green to get there. It's a hot day. It's a long run for him. It was almost 40 yards. Couldn't stop 2 runs.
Good work there by Derval Green. But as I mentioned, battle line delivery by Royal. And Tuckett just came inside the line and tucked that ball towards a square leg region. Chatters through for 2 easy runs.
Gets another one. That was a body line delivery again from Royal. And almost as if he's trying to protect his figures here rather than being attacking with this angle. He's now switched again. It will be his first delivery to Naeem Young. He will not need many invitations to go over the top.
Well,
as soon as I said that, mid-off has been sent back to long off. With Let's see if he plays it smartly.
Well, after this delivery, you'll hear the voice of the great Andrew Chang, who was just outside the commentary box conducting some serious business over back in Trinidad.
Long way forward there is Young to complete the 35th over at 143 for 5. And that is the lead.
$95 for 5. Carlton Bowen took it 20. Young has 12. And those 12 runs came from 2 deliveries. 2 huge sixes off the bowling of Salmon, who is going to continue.
But he's bowling to Bowen Tuckett now.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Foster.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Andrew. It's a good reach there from Brown. It was stifled, spun a bit, and it was sharp turn this time. Bowen Tuckett did well not to get bat on that. Yeah, no bat involved.
Yeah, very, very close to the gloves, though.
He's a tall man. Is Pete Salmon.
Yeah, he gets some good bounce there.
Yeah.
Hits him on the pad. Things are sliding down. What I've seen from the academy team, though, is that they have a brand of cricket that they want to play. They want to play an aggressive style of cricket where they're putting the bowlers under pressure. They try to be very aggressive between the wickets as well. Some purpose in their running, and on cue, Young is struggling. So too is Green to get a good throw in. 144 now for 5.
Yeah, that was a wild throw from Derval Green. Stung the hands of Romain Morris, but nowhere close to stump. I understand that you want to play that aggressive brand of cricket. That's fine, Fuzzy. But you need to pitch a single the same way that they got that single there to Green. There are too many block. It's not all about block boundary. Unfortunate end to Jordan Johnson inning, because he looked very, very promising. Really looked good. Bowen Tuckett is there fighting, and it's good to see that Naeem Young has a little bit of platform to build on as well. But
Yeah, that completes the over at 144 for 5.
I was thinking about in my little stint off when I'm watching the game here, enjoying the view from Sabina Park. But I was thinking, despite the fact that that spinners have dominated first-class cricket over the years, Fozzie, I don't see the batsmen using their feet to get to the spinners as much as they should. Okay, we understand yet, yes, the spinners are in the ascendancy, but over the years, the batters should have adapted. I mean, you look at some of the greater West Indies cricket. I mean, Brian Lara was really twinkle toes when he got to spinners, yeah, and I'm not seeing that. Yes, they're using the depth of the crease, which is all well and good, but are they trying to upset the spinners? Why are they letting the spinners dictate terms? It's not a pitch that's playing badly at all. Yes, there's a little bit of movement. Yes, there's a little bit of drift.
I agree with you, and I always say that playing spin is almost an art form where you have to master certain elements, and I'm going to explain it a little bit easier for the viewers and probably for you.
Oh, please do, Fuzzy.
That's a beautiful delivery from Royal.
Let me just ask Marlon Pinnock for my pen back so I can take notes. I think he was using it to dig his ears or something.
Yeah, I think the Caribbean players, because they're built on power hitting, that they believe that it's easier to disturb the spinner by slugging them out of the ground.
Or just use bottom hand.
A lot of bottom hand, but surprise, surprise to these players, that's what entices spinners even more when they see the ball flying in the air, because they believe that they can deceive you in flight. Subtle variations, And that's where problems come in now for the batters. That's down the leg side. It's spun back almost to the leg stump. When you watch someone like a Joe Root, what he does well is deflect. He deflects the ball very well. He plays the ball in areas that you don't want to be played as a spinner. And
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's good to see that these young players have their defense on point. It's good to see that they get it behind the ball, they play it under the eyes and things like
yeah,
that.
and because of how we are brought up as well as Caribbean players, there's just this tendency that boundaries are what matters.
Made
And-
Nova?
and- yeah,
One-
made Nova
130,
completed.
144
Yeah,
for 5.
we're brought up in this mindset that only boundaries matter when you're playing spin or playing any form of bowling. There's no sort of appreciation for when a batter can get a boundary and then he runs one and gets two, and then gets your non-strike or on strike, and then he picks up another one, and by the end of the over 10-11 runs are scored. But in the Caribbean, we love to see 10-11 runs scored with a 6 and a 4.
Yeah. And then a single to pinch a strike up
Yeah,
the
to
last
start
ball.
the other over, to have a
Yeah.
boundary of the first. So it's a mentality and a mindset that has to be changed.
But I mean, if you look at how spinners operate, they dangle the bait, and the bait is, hey, go for that big shot, go for that 4, go for that 6. They don't mind letting you get through. A fast bowler gets a little bit more hurt when he gets tongued for 4 or 6 over
Yeah.
his head.
It's a little bit more of a psychological wound.
Yeah. But for a spinner, they're like, okay, we'll give you that one. And your job is to basically drive the spinner to distraction.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't know what delivery to send down. Because every delivery you're adapting, you're turning the ball around the corner, you're pushing it into a gap, you're pushing hard for 2 instead of just 1.
And I'm going to use the T20 team as a classic example as to what I'm talking about as well. In 2021, at the World Cup in the UAE or Abu Dhabi,
Yeah.
the West Indies team struggled. They won only 1 game. And not because it's a lack of power, but it's just adaptability.
Yeah.
Adapting to the conditions. And teams have now almost, you'd say, caught up with what we did in 2012 and 2016, or even the emergence of T20s in the late 2000s, 2009, 2010 era, where we had a lot of power players. And not many teams could match the power that we had, hence we were so unique and so effective. But if you look at a team like Australia now, they have power down to number 8. Tim David is easily...
Power is not special anymore.
Exactly. If you look at England, that's what they replicated what the West Indies did to win their world title. And India, they're still trying to find a way to get to that level in terms of having power hitters. They have a problem at the back end of their innings to generate power. But the teams who are causing problems...
But they still have players that can clear the boundary.
Exactly. So
Okay,
what-
so they mightn't hit it 95,
Yeah.
but they're hitting it 85.
they're still hurting you by clearing the boundaries.
And it's still a 6, no matter how
Exactly.
far you hit it.
But what they do well is that they maximize overs.
Yeah.
They maximize overs.
They maximize deliveries.
Exactly.
But you always see that a West Indian might have a 40 of 20, but really and truly that 40 came off 10 deliveries.
Of 10 deliveries or even 8.
Yeah, or something like that.
Yeah.
So what are you doing with the other 12?
Yeah.
You could have been on 60.
And it's not possible to score off every single deliveries because the bowlers are not machines.
Yeah.
But it's just maximizing the potential of an over or the potential of an innings.
But I mean, if we focus on red ball cricket here,
It's a full toss. That's going to give Derval Green some work to do. He does it well. It bubbles again on him. He's not having the greatest of days in the field. He's having a rough time.
yeah. But
Couple
if
of
you
misfields and
look
so
at
on.
if you look at red ball cricket, the great batters have the hallmark of accumulation. They accumulate. I always thought it was amazing how Lara, for example, would take 70, 80 balls to get to his 50, maybe even 90, 100. But the second 50 was coming up in less than 40 deliveries.
Yeah.
So it's all about the ebbs and flows of the game. And even when you can't batter the ball, doesn't mean you can't get runs. You can still get 4 runs and over if you just work the ball around.
Bowled that one from behind the crease, Royal, but still not getting the right areas. That was too short. And it's something that I want to see even from the academy team, because these are the players that we're looking forward to playing for the West Indies in the future, or the near future, where you want to see them develop certain skill sets. What I've seen so far is that a lot of the players, they can sweep the ball, which is a good thing to see. That they're not afraid to sweep. They have a couple doing the paddle and so on. But what I want to see is that nimbleness on the feet. Just get into the pitch of the ball. Don't be a stagnant force where you're pinned down and you're only able to come forward and block. Some of the deliveries that are being blocked could easily be chipped down to mid-on for one, or chipped to mid-off for one on the move.
But you mentioned, of course, that the academy are playing this brand of cricket. It's been 3 overs for just 1 run. What's going to happen now? Obviously, they're going to want to release the pressure in some form or fashion.
I think a big shot. You're thinking big shot. You are thinking big shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Bowen Tuckett has been solid. 22 from 51. He went through a phase of 19 balls without a run, and he's still there. And that's a bad delivery. And met with the full treatment. Poorly lined by Salmon. That's a 4 ball. And Bowen Tuckett didn't miss out. He's looking for a significant contribution, Bowen Tuckett. A couple of 40s so far this season, but he probably wants something much better than that.
The lead is officially over 100 now.
This is where it gets tricky for the Scorpions.
Yeah, the lead is 101.
Oh, takes the outer half of the bat. One slid down with the arm. 150 now, up with the second innings. 102. The lead.
I mean, it's good that despite the fact that Tuckett has been bogged down, he was able to put away the bad ball. So that's good to see. His awareness is there. But I think overall the academy will be very disappointed with their score, with their scores today, and they're losing wickets in a cluster. Again, 73 without loss, and now 73 for 2, and then 84 for 2 went to 84 for 4, and then of course the fall of Jordan Johnson at I think about 120, 130.
Yeah. Big shot, big hoik over deep mid wicket, or even a wideish long on if you please. One bounce into the boundary by Naeem Young, and he is only dealing in boundaries. He's block hit so far, 16 from 27.
Well, he really is a hard-hitting all-rounder, is Naeem Young. He got a good piece of that one, and it was the very effective slog sweep over mid-wicket. Got all of it as well, and the 150 is up, 154 for 5. Played that one nicely.
I think someone could take some comfort from the last boundary. The first one was really a bad delivery. He has bowled 14 overs, 2 for 40. I don't think you can really blame him for a couple of bad deliveries in a unchanged 14 over spell. It's getting closer to tea, by the way, 15 minutes or so.
But despite, I mean, it's been the most interesting session, I think, of this game so far, Fuzzy, because, I mean, again, Academy came into this session with all the momentum. Jamaica immediately arrested the momentum, but the Academy are still sort of limping along. Yes, we've lost wickets, but you're still continuing to gather lead. And I mean, I think their goal obviously would be to bat out the rest of the day. If they bat out the rest of the day, they can get close to a lead of 200, which is
Yeah,
an
sizable.
interesting, a challenging
That
total
would be very challenging on a final day.
on a final day.
A bowling change, by the way. It's going to be Kurt McKenzie.
And we also know that the Jamaican batting is a little bit brittle as well.
Haven't been consistent. They had their best performance to date in this match.
Yeah. But even that, it was again a lot of players getting starts, but not really carrying on.
Yeah. Couple of half centuries, well, 4 half centuries.
4 half centuries.
Yeah.
Actually 3, Lug, King and Salmon. But then scores from Derval, Green, Carlos Brown, start from Mackenzie as well. But I don't think the Scorpions
Down the leg side from the off spinning Mackenzie.
Yeah, I think the Scorpions will be very unhappy for sort of releasing the academy, because they had them in a stranglehold. They had their foot starting to step on the throat at 84 for 4. The lead was very, very minimal at that stage. And now it's gone over 100. Good rebuilding thus far from the Eastern partnership of 30, as we've just seen.
They always say runs on the board. There are runs on the board.
Indeed.
So the academy, they already have a lead over 100 on the board.
Joshua Bishop, of course, has 6 for 96, so he just has 4 wickets. He's just 4 wickets away from getting 10 for the match, which would be an almighty achievement by the young fellow.
Now when he's crunched up to cover, Brandon King is in the way.
Missed out there, I think, Young. A big gap. Did not feel that point and then cover. Either side of that cover field, and he was in the money.
Oh, he goes for a big hoik. Again. You can see his intentions are clear here, Naeem Young. He got the inner half of the bat. Lucky for him. Moral victory for Kurt McKenzie, who is a part-timer.
Yep. Thick inside edge at Sabino, thick outside edge, and it goes 3/4 of the way to the boundary, Fuzzy.
Again, Bowen Tuckett showing how solid he is behind the line of the delivery. Playing the second line of the ball there. And that completes the over at 156 for 5. A lead of 108.
Interestingly, Jivor Royal was originally wearing the number 8 shirt. He's wearing a number 12 on his back now. But it's still Jivor Royal. Fuzzy has confirmed that it is.
And he's been switched around now. Thought Salmon bowled an over extra. He looked a little bit tired with his length. Dragged down a few, was a little bit off the radar prior to that over.
I still feel like the Scorpions are letting this game meander away from them. They need to try something different. I don't know if that Mackenzie over was just to switch ends for somebody or the other. If they're trying something different, they haven't put enough pressure on these batters.
Yeah.
Maybe they feel confident they can chase on the last day, but big questions to be asked.
Royal starts from this the Courtney Walsh end. He's bowling from the Michael Holding end before. Oh, that's a nice one there. Groped at that one.
Yeah, nice little tempter there from Royal. Went through at a good pace and then just got took off the pitch as well.
It's long on and long off in place for Young.
still believe has to show some application of the wicket. Look for those ones down the ground. Get it into those areas where the fielders are placed on the boundary. There's a sweeper on the boundary on the offside. There's a deep backward square leg in Mansing. Well bowled there from Royal. Much better stuff now from this end.
Of course, the other consideration is that it's just 10 minutes before the tea interval. So they'll just be hunkering down here in the academy. Edged up in the air, that ballooned. Well, Jermaine Blackwood is very, very quick across the ground, but even him and his lightning feet couldn't get close to that one. Naeem Young survives, 156 for 5. The lead remains at 108.
Yeah, much better over this. Better compiled 6 deliveries by Javor Royal. He's a little bit disappointed. Not sure why. If you had asked the captain for someone in that position, it's highly unlikely that a ball would go there or pop there. He hasn't bowled well enough to earn a man there, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
So it's just a good delivery that went a begging. The captain will be hoping that he creates more opportunities.
Of course, I would issue a warning, Fuzzy, to
Yeah.
remind her how you criticize players. The Weeper representative behind you, listening closely. I also saw that he has his Facebook page open. The Weeper is unhappy with Jerome Foster. Good afternoon to that gentleman, all the hard-working people at Weeper.
Chance for a run out there, but he went to Royal's weak side, which is his right hand side. Had to go around the ball. Young was laboring. Had to get the sprint in, and he got home eventually.
Mackenzie continuing here, and he's a genuine part-timer, isn't he? Of course, Mackenzie.
Full toss. That's gonna be 4. That's a bad delivery. Dispatched easily by Naeem Young, who has 21 now. And out of the 21, 20 they are in boundaries. A full toss there.
Yeah, full toss and just slapped away disdainfully by Young. Did well to pick the gap. And Mackenzie just straying, of course. It's a full delivery. It happens to the best of us. And to the worst of us as well.
And given that he's a part-timer, it's okay for him to bowl a 1 loose now. That has forced the captain to push back the man at mid-off.
I still would like to see Blackwood turn his arm over. I told Penny that I think his medium pace sort of dibbly-dobbly, wibbly-wobblies might be dangerous on this pitch. And especially somebody like Naeem Young might want to attack him just for the sake of. Goes to the big swipe again, misses out there.
Has to construct an innings here. Get his team into a solid position. It's 113 for 5 effectively. The partnership is 36. Tells you they were 125. That's much better. It's close to an interval. There's no need to be swinging across the line. And it's 161 for 5, 43 overs completed.
Yeah, I think obviously, I mean, if you want to look at it in terms of time, you have at least 2 hours and 10 minutes, maybe let's say 2 hours and 20 minutes, 2 hours and a half of the day left. If the overs go over, in terms of the amount of overs required left to play. But all you have to do is get to tea and then survive that hour after the tea break, and then in the last hour when the Jamaicans are really, really tired, that's when you can hammer home your advantage.
Much better bowling here from Royal.
I think, of course, the other thing, the other fact to consider is that the longer these two bat, the more rest the academy bowlers will get, so they'll be fresher when they come on, because you'll want the likes of Joshua James, of course Kadima Lane, and then the spinner Joshua Bishop, Ashmead Ned, to have a say in this game.
Bowen Tuckett looks very comfortable now, stroking everything out of the middle of the bat. His defensive strokes are also very confident. He's pushing that into the offside and he gets a single. Royal is not pleased with Luck, who was on his heels, if we're being honest. Good single for Bowen Tuckett, who moves up to 30. And the lead is 114 now at 162 for 5.
There's a slow response, a lazy response from Luck there, to lug himself over to that ball.
Hit back to Royal and he's caught. What a tame way to go. And the big man got down to his left. He's been a miserable operator so far this afternoon. Royal hasn't had things his way. And he finally gets some success and some joy, which the Scorpions welcome at 162 for 6, the West Indies Academy. And as we see it here from Young, reaching for the ball and just pushed it straight back to Royal. Smart catch.
Yeah, but as a tame a dismissal as you could get there from Naeem Young, and very, very disappointing indeed. Again, just 3 minutes, literally 3 minutes before the tea interval, and you're throwing away your hand like that after getting a start as well. The 21 of 43 was good going from him after, of course, getting a silver duck in the first innings. Actually, I think it was a golden duck. New batter coming out is Josh Bishop, man who started with the ball in Jamaica's first inning, 6 for 96. It was a marathon spell from him, Fozzie, but he did really well by his team. And now he has to show his all-round ability with the bat. The diminutive figure of Colin Bowen Tuckett. Very short wicket keepers out there. Romain Morris isn't particularly tall either.
And what we have seen so far from Joshua Bishop in this match is that he's not going to hang about. He hits the ball very hard. Peppers the long on and long off area. He was bounced out. He was pushed back by a couple of bouncers in that first innings, and then O.J. Shields rattled his stumps. Some good fast bowling, aggressive fast bowling. And I expect to see Shields after tea. Royal has a wicket, which is good for him and his confidence. Takes the edge! Oh, it came off the pad of the wicket keeper and bounced just in front of Blackwood. That could have been 2 in 2. Royal holds his head. And the Academy, they survive. And let's see. Much better operation from Royal from the Courtney Walsh end. Let's see. Yeah, that's a difficult one because it's difficult for the wicket keeper as well. Yeah, because it's almost went past his gloves and onto his pad.
Can you just slow it down a little bit, Matty, here? Yeah, it gets the edge off the keeper, and then, ooh, that's a hard one.
Yeah.
Blackwood, I have to give Blackwood an A for effort there, because he really
effort, yeah.
I mean, he was diving sideways and sort of forward as well. Really threw himself at that.
And I don't think you can even fault the keeper as well because it got beyond his hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just some good fortune for Joshua Bishop. Went onto the pad. Normally when he touched the pad, it balloons up in the air.
Well, ironically, the edge saved his wicket. Yeah. Salmon to continue, 2 for 40. Good bowling from him.
Changing ends for him. He's bowling the last over before tea. Kurt Mackenzie's experiment lasted only 2 overs because they got the wicket of Naeem Young. Some pressure here in the final over before tea. Good captaincy again. There's a chance for a run out here. Brandon King is on it. It's a wayward throw. And why I say good captaincy there is because your best bowler in the session is bowling the last over. There's a new comer at the wicket. Not to say that Mackenzie hasn't bowled well, but it was a good chance of a run out there. Had to scamper home.
Yeah, good pickup by King, but the throw was wayward. It wasn't alongside the stumps at all. And Colin Bowen tuck it with his short little legs, working very, very quickly to get up to the other end.
I would be tempted to have that man at long on inside to a regulatory mid-on position. He's new to the crease. But as I said, Bishop is a very aggressive player.
And hopefully Bowen Tuckett is telling him, hey, just block out these 4 deliveries, please. Let's go to T.
He's on the back foot. It almost went through him. Came off the inner half of the bat, luckily. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, just getting it on bat down in time. Lucky got a piece of that.
Has to be forward, Joshua Bishop.
Better, that's better defensive shot there from Bishop. Got a bit of a start in the last innings. 14. No slouch with the bat. Up in the air, but pushed it down to mid on. Or long on, I should say, and there's no fielder there. Bishop gets off the mark. You're holding your head, Fuzzy.
That was what I was thinking. He's not going to be pushing and probing. He's going to be aggressive. Just force him to go aerially. Bowen Tuckett is the opposite to complete the session's play at 164 for 6. The West Indies Academy. They've added 105 runs in the session, but they've lost 6 wickets. Rashawn Worrell, the first one to go for 19, then Kadeem Alain for 52. Joshua Dorn was bowled for 9, and Teddy Bishop followed after that. And then after Bishop was dismissed, it was the turn of Jordan Johnson, who was caught on bowl by Abhijay Man Singh just now. Dorn went for 9, by the way. Teddy Bishop went for 2. Jordan Johnson 26. Naeem Young, the last man dismissed, on the cusp of T for 21 by Javor Royal. Caught and bowled by the left arm orthodox spinner. Abhijay Man Singh 2 for 32. Pete Salmon 2 for 41. O.J. Shields 5 overs, 1 for 11. I expect to see him after T. Royal 1 for 35 from 9. And Green has taken a pounding. 6 overs, none for 35. And Kurt Mackenzie 2 overs for 7. So the state of the game is that the Academy, they are 164 for 2. They have a 116 run lead with 4 wickets in hand. Join us in 15 minutes time.
session of the third day here. When West Indies Academy have lost 6 wickets in the middle session, but they have a lead of 116. 116 for 6, as Jerome Foster likes to say. Andrew Chan in your company. Alongside the action man, Marlon Pinnock. Still wiping spice bun and cheese off his face. Back is he to that one. Royal is really getting into his ropes here. Marlon, he didn't bowl well at all in the first innings, but Fozzie's impressed with him. And if Fozzie's impressed with him, then you have to be impressed with him as well.
I'm definitely impressed with him as well. Came back, bowling pretty well. Got the wicket of Naeem Young just before the tea break interval. And that's a prize wicket as well. Scorpion well and truly would want to register a second win of this West Indies Regional Championship for 2024.
Yeah. Still an evenly poised game, you have to say here, Penny. It could go either way.
Indeed. A 4th-day wicket here at Sabina Park won't be easy for the Scorpions.
I mean, if you think about it, the Scorpions just need 4 absolutely perfect spot-on deliveries, and that's the end of the Academy. The Academy, on the other hand, they probably would like another close to 100 runs, I would think.
As I mentioned earlier in the commentary, anything over 220 here on the last day wicket, very important to see how the Jamaican Scorpion approach that as a mother-run score.
And the man at the non-strikers end, Joshua Bishop, 6 for 96. Goes for the sweep, gets it square, just behind square, deep backward square leg comes around. Colin Bowen tuck it, give Joshua Bishop 1 delivery to Faith. And it's been a good little innings by the short little wicket keeper here. Colin Bowen tuck it again. He got a score in the first innings. 24 of 32, so he's already bettered that. 32 off 68.
Well, this time around he got another start, so just need to capitalize on this start.
Back to that one dangerously is Colin Bowen Tuckett is halfway down the pitch. The throw comes back into the bowler's end, but a little short man is in. 166 for 6 after 46.
I think those deliveries that Joshua Bishop is playing back to, he needs to come on the front foot. Jafar Royal tends to slide the ball off the wicket, so it's very dangerous on the part of Bishop.
Pete Salmon has taken 2 wickets. Mansing has taken 1. Royal has taken 1. And Shields has taken 1.
Shields bowled pretty well early on this morning.
Yeah. It looks like Salmon will continue from that southern end of the ground. I think he's been the pick of the bowlers if we look at his average in terms of his run rate. Forward to this one, gets through, that beats everybody. Did he get a little bit of a edge on that, did Colin Bowen Tuckett? No, it's byes from the umpire. 4 fortuitous runs for the Academy, but Salmon had the better of him there.
This goes to show that Pete Salmon is getting the ball to spin off the wicket. That ball spun between the batter and the wicket keeper. 4 buys the result, pushes the lead 4 runs upwards. Make it 5 now up to 123.
They're pushing for 2. No, is it on? No, it's not on. The throw comes in. Again, it's another wayward one. And but Bowen Tuckett was very good to send Joshua Bishop back. Have a look at the replay here. It was sort of on, and thankfully, as the throw came in from that number 21 fielder, that's O.J. Shields. Again, it was a bit of a wayward throw.
Tuckett looking very good at the middle so far. Looking to rotate the strike. And once a bad ball presents itself, he's quick to capitalize.
Dancing up the pitch. It's that high over long on. Does he get it long enough? No, he does not. That's the end of Joshua Bishop. Pete Salmon strikes with his 3rd. The catch is an easy one down at long on. 171 for 7. Ill-advised from Joshua Bishop.
Poor cricket by the youngster in Joshua Bishop. The spooner catch down to the long on boundary. Big Leroy Lug won't drop that simple as I get them. And a disappointed innings comes to an end by Joshua Bishop. He goes back to the pavilion with his team under a lot of pressure on day 3 of this West Indies Regional Championship. Round 4 action from Sabina Park.
But one Joshua leads to another, as they say, Penny, because Joshua Bishop walks off. You know who's going to come on, and that's the big man, Joshua James. If he bats for about a half an hour, 45 minutes, the academy will be in a very, very strong position. And it is indeed Joshua James striding out. A big unit, hard-hitting unit.
Scored 36 in the first innings.
36 from 26 in the first inning, yeah. And even Marlon bottom hand Pinnock had to tip his cap to Joshua James, because I know you can wield the short handle. But James has youth and even more strength on his side, Penny. I dare say he's a better bowler than you as well.
Apparently, Pete Salmon now picks up his third. Good all-round performance so far from Pete Salmon. Scored 81 with his turn at batting, and now with the ball in hand, 3 for 43 so far.
Yeah, he's certainly putting himself up as an all-rounder. In terms of this match has been so even, you really can't pick any particular player who you could say has stood out.
I think Pete Salmon should be out front though.
Yeah, well, it's between him and Joshua Bishop, of course, on the other side, with Joshua Bishop 6 for 96. I mean, that could be a contender as well. But all it, as they say, history is written by the victors. Sorry. So it will all be interesting to see who's the victor at the end of the day. End of the over. Wicket for Pete Salmon. He has 3 for 43, 171 for 7. And the question is, how long can the academy last, and what kind of lead can they muster to make the Scorpions sweat?
Well, 28 overs remaining for the day. Is it possible for the West Indies Academy to bat out these remaining overs for the day? As I mentioned, Javoy Royal getting into his own as well. Pete Salmon doing an excellent job for the Scorpions. So it's a combination of left and right arm spinners for the Scorpion at the moment.
Had some width there, this Bowen Tuckett, and cuts it nicely. And despite farming the strike against Joshua Bishop, he's happy to give Joshua James a strike. And as soon as Joshua James comes into strike, the field is going out as far as they possibly can. Long off and long on are making their way back. The short leg is still in place. A deep backward square leg as well, and a sweeper out on the boundary. Royal still has a slip. Where is the slip coming out? No, yes, the slip is, the short leg comes out. The short leg will go to a point position. There's also a field at backward point as well.
Well, that quick fire knock in the first innings of 36 from 26 deliveries hit some wonderful lusty blows as well. So immediately as he came in to strike, well, this is sensible though. Just came back and punched this one down to long on for an easy single.
He reminds me, I think of I get tones of Carlos Braffett when I see Joshua James. I think he's a faster bowler than Braffett, uses his height better.
Remember the name.
Remember the name indeed, but you can't forget that name. Yet another great all-rounder in the ranks of West Indies cricket.
Remember that game against England where he took Ben Stokes to the showers, 4 sixes in a row to win that magical game. Marlon Samuels was at the non-strikers in as well.
Yeah, and he's also doing some commentary as well these days as Carlos Brackett. A good afternoon to you, sir. At the end of the over, it's 173 for 7, and Jerome Foster is making his way over to Kingston Cricket Club. And he told me that he whispered to me that he needed a beastly cold beverage. I don't know what type of beverage, Penny. I won't surmise.
Why not when you're working so hard?
No, indeed.
10
But it'll
wick-
definitely have to be a non-alcoholic red stripe because his innings isn't done as Jerome Foster.
10 wickets to fall this morning on day 3 of this West Indies Regional Championship.
Oh, indeed. Down the leg side. James wanted to connect with that one.
You can feel the breeze from our commentary box. He really swung hard on that one.
Yeah.
Just didn't connect.
He'll have been on his way to Kingston Harbour.
Well, 2 man is back there for him as well. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square leg on the boundary.
Down the leg side again. I don't know if you've ever been to the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad, Penny. I think you told me that you played there once. Yeah, you played there once, but there's an interesting facet to the Queen's Park Oval, just to the eastern side of the ground. Good delivery. Just to the eastern side of the ground, Penny, is the British Embassy. So it's literally across the road from the Queen's Park Oval, and I've always thought it would be amazing if West Indies were playing England and then a player managed to hit the ball back into the embassy, that hit the ball all the way back to England. But Chris Gale or Kyron Pollard would definitely be capable of a mighty swat like that. Of course, the eastern side of the ground, that's where the Trini Post stand and the imposing Caribbean stand is. Certainly nowhere near as imposing as the George Headley stand here at Sabina Park.
I haven't seen any shot of hunger so far from Joshua James. Just the one from 10 deliveries so far.
$173 for 7.
Pete Salmon this over just target in the middle and leg stump of Joshua James, forcing him to hit in the wind there. The 2 fielders out at the backward square leg and mid wicket. Current run rate 3.53 so far. That's what Wicket can do, Andrew. It was around 7 this morning, but a cluster of wickets in that session really dropped the run rate to just over 3.5.
It's been a good day for the bowler. 10 wickets have actually fell in the day if you look at it. 7 for the academy and then the 3 Jamaicans to fall in this morning. Cut nicely by Bowen Tuckett. Backward point is the fielding.
That's a big Leroy Logat backward point there.
Nice push into the cover region. Backward point again comes around and Bowen Tuckett gets the single.
This time around, he didn't try to play it that late, just put it forward in front of point. And this is good cricket being shown here by the young wicket keeper batter in Tuckett.
Joshua James showing a decent facet of his game here. He's showing his defensive modes. We'll have to see if he's biding his time. He's backing himself for a long inning.
Quicker delivery through the here this time by Royal. But he was equal to the task, Andrew.
Yes, indeed.
13 deliveries so far for just a single. Unusual sight for Joshua James.
It's a bit of width on this one. Cracks that through down to the sweeper position and gets a single.
Big shoulders of Joshua James there.
I suspect his bat would be close to 5 pounds, Penny, maybe more. Depends on probably likes a heavy bat.
Can't be less though.
Gets the sweep off this Colin Bowen Tucker. Does it go fine enough? It does indeed. That's a lovely little four. Vicious sweep there by Colin Bowen Tucker. 179 for 7. 50 overs the West Indies Academy are batted, and their lead continues to grow.
Batted line delivery this time. The final delivery of the 58th over. Batted line and well swept by the young wicketkeeper batsman in Tuckett. And he's up to 39 from 77 deliveries. He's batted extremely well so far, Andrew. And the lead continues, as I mentioned, to build for the West Indies Academy up to 131 with 3 second innings wickets in hand.
1 for 45 for Chivor Royal. He's been extremely expensive, Penny, if you look at the context of the match. That's almost 4 runs on over. And on the other side, OJ Shields is coming back into the attack. This is a nice shuffle of the deck.
Only 5 overs so far in this innings from OJ Shields and 1 for 11.
Yeah. And it was a good 5 overs as well. It was a really, really good spell from him. He got Kadima Lane, who had set the early pace.
Leg before.
W, yeah. And Lane was on 52 or 40 at that point. You want to arrest momentum?
Well, at the point in time, OJ Shields is back for his second spell. So fire with fire now, Andrew.
Yes, indeed.
And as OJ Shields retrieves the ball, the sun is out in its glory at Sabina Park.
Well, there are 2 options. You either let the giant sleep or you wake him up. Clearly, the Jamaicans have gone with waking the sleeping giant. Let's see how this plays out. Immediately, the short delivery. That sniff of leather in Joshua James's nostrils there.
Well, in the first innings, OJ Shields was bowling from this over commentary box end, and Joshua James played 2 shots out of Sabina Park as well.
Yeah.
Level off, you don't want to come in his arc any at all. That's where it can be very detrimental, is Joshua James. Just the 2 from 15 deliveries though. Been on the quieter side this time around.
Short delivery well played by James, but he got in an awkward position still. But again, he's a tall fellow, so he was sort of on his chest. It wasn't up by his helmet. Played well in the end, just sort of stabbed him down.
Just the way how he plays that short pitch delivery shows that he's not a fan of short deliveries.
Well, I mean, I think in an ideal world, I would like to see Joshua James show a different style to his games. I'd like to see him bat out that first hour. Just about 40 minutes left for that first hour, and then in that last hour, he can have his fun. Short delivery again, plays it nicely.
So 3 back of a length delivery so far in this over by Shields. Remember this morning when Derval Green got the new ball, we were saying OJ Shields would be the best man for the job. So once he came into the attack, he showed why he should have bowled the very first over this morning. Of course, the Scorpions would want to register this second win of this West Indies Regional Championship. Still a far way to go. Tuck
Takes it
fine down to
fine leg just for a single. Good stuff by Joshua James. He's showing his ability to just ride the tide or surf it, as it were. You don't always have to be on top of the wave, Penny. I know you've been riding on that crest of a wave since you've been 11 or 12. I know you're born with wicket-keeping gloves on. And then your good friend Visham Lalmon disappear with your under 15 West Indies helmet. I know he had his eye on it. Flick down the leg side, badly directed by OJ Shields. And Bowen Tucker got a little touch on that one, takes him up to 43. The West Indies Academy continuing to fight here, 184 for 7.
badly line delivered here by Shields, and with his pace, there's not a chance for the man at fine leg seem to be Derval Green. 4 more runs to the young wicket keeper, who's now into the 40s.
Yeah.
It's 43.
Of course, as a wicketkeeper, he's an honorary member of your union, but when he gets his 50, I'm sure he'll get a welcome package. Various scents and oils and special padding and creams for his hands. And of course, a wicketkeeper's hands needs to be soft, Penny. The end of the over. Is that it? Yes, it is. 184 for 7. 51 overs bowled. The West Indies Academy still continuing to fight here in the Championship 2024. The action is coming to you live from Sabina Park in Middle Kingston, Jamaica. It's not downtown, it's not uptown, so we're in Middletown.
Well, Tuckett so far look very good at the wicket, look business-like. Wickets falling around him, but he's still there, battling out for his team, the West Indies Academy, who sits on 7th in this year's competition. The Jamaican Scorpions are at 4th. Before this run, I should say.
Yeah, Royal continues here.
A good looking Joshua James so far. 19 deliveries, just the 3 runs. Batting with a plan, batting with a mission for the West Indies Academy.
Focus is certainly razor sharp here.
Well, he's been showing that he can play the both format. He can be very aggressive as well as he can be accumulator as well. Javoy Royal coming back in his second spell and doing what is called a great job. Oh,
Gets an inside edge onto this one. This will run down the fine leg. The fielder comes around. This is well indeed to sprint off the deep backward square leg boundary.
that's a substitute fielder, Andre McCarthy.
He certainly has some energy to burn, Penny.
He definitely has. He's from the St. Elizabeth area,
Ah,
past student of the St. Elizabeth Technical High School as well.
indeed.
Good a bunch of cricketers are from that area.
That delivery is well played by James. It just jumped up a little bit on him. He stabbed it down into the offside.
Dominant school in schoolboy cricket in Headley Cup as well, St. Elizabeth Technical. Quick cut delivery this time by Royal and well kept out by Joshua James at the completion of another over 186 for the loss of 7. Evening sun here at Sabina Park is very hot, Andrew. Beautiful sunshine. Looks very good here from our commentary box as well.
And the sun is out that just a little bit brighter here at Sabina Park indeed.
It's a shot of this
It's a lovely Friday afternoon in Jamaica. And what do you usually do on a Friday afternoon, Penny, when you're not watching cricket or playing cricket or thinking about cricket?
Well, of course, as I mentioned earlier, I like to party.
Oh, where's the party tonight, Penny? Where are we heading?
Very tricky question to see on here.
I know my good friend Matthew Rajaram has packed his rave wear. He wants to go to a rave in Montego Bay, so you have to take him tonight, Penny.
I've no issue.
And Gordo Pear wants to give a whining lesson to all the ladies in Jamaica for sure.
OJ Shields want to break this partnership for the Scorpion as well.
Indeed. But you say you love to party, Penny. How good are your dancing feet?
Very good.
Oh, very good indeed. Twinkle toes in your clocks, Penny.
In my youthful days, they used to call me the party animal.
On your youthful days, so you mean last week.
A lot of years now, man.
Ain't no party like a pity party, 'cause a pity party don't stop.
Not at all. Just handing down the leg side. Last two deliveries from OJ Shields. Just striving for too much pace here. Needs to get the line right, get the areas right. Tuckett is doing a fantastic job for the West Indies Academy so far in this game. Got a start in the first innings where he got 26 runs. And now in the second innings, he's on 43, eyeing up a regional half century as well. Pleasant looking full face of the bat being presented. So what you see from Tuckett here is showing that he's capable of batting for long periods. 83 deliveries so far, unbothered, as you mentioned, Andrew.
Yeah. Yeah, he looked really, really good. I think that's the. I mean, again, we have to remember not to be too critical of the academy players. They're young as we know. But every player, every single player that has come out for the academy, whether it be batter or bowler, there's clearly something about them. Rashawn Worrell, Kadeem Lane, Joshua Dawn, Ted Bishop, Jordan Johnson, Colin Bowen Tuckett, Naeem Young, Joshua Bishop, Joshua James, Ashmead Ned, Mohan Lane. They're all very, very talented cricketers. And I think it's the job of the academy and the academy management and of course Cricket West Indies to make sure that they have the right mentality to push on.
But if you look at Tuckett, he's very special. Why? He tends to look to rotate the strike. He's not a power hitter and he chooses the right ball. And that's the important of a batter. At the end of the over, it's 186 for the loss of 7. If you look in the West Indies academy team, a lot of shot players are there as well.
Well, time flies when you're having fun, Marlon Pinnock.
Indeed. Pleasant looking drive this time by Joshua James up to long off. Derval Green is in the way. Just another single. But
He's playing within himself, James. He definitely is.
Definitely.
I'm glad to see it. I am genuinely glad to see it. I'm glad to see that he has another aspect and another facet of his game.
And that is what we want to see from the youngsters.
Because as you would have heard me and Fuzzy talking about power hitters, or every other player, and a quick single here, but James with his long legs is down there a matter of strides. But everybody in the West Indies is a power hitter. Everybody almost everybody, 90% of the players are power hitters and can be power hitters. Even the little small fellow Jordan Johnson, you could say, is a clean hitter of the ball. But you want to see them develop that other aspect of their game.
Spending time at the wicket. And so far, Tuckett doing a great job for the West Indies Academy. And this partnership is very crucial for the West Indies Academy. They lead by 140 runs here. And it came at a quick time as well.
If I could use an analogy, Penny, it's sort of like you want to drive a Ferrari, but you don't know how to ride a bicycle. You need to start, you need to take those baby steps, you need to work the ball around, get singled, before you look at smacking the ball to the boundary.
And this is where I'm impressed with Joshua James so far. He's known for his big hitting, and he came to the crease. 7th wicket was down, batting with the wicket keeper, and you can see he's transformed into a batter who can rotate the strike.
And if you think about the training manual for cricket, everybody, before you learn how to bat, you have to learn how to pick the bat up. You have to put it between your legs, like pick it up like an axe, and then you get the movements right. One delivery left. And James plays it defensively. He's interested in a run. It's not going to happen. 54 overs have gone. 188 for 7. The West Indies Academy continue to accumulate a lead. It's 140 exactly. I'll take my leave for a half an hour and leave the two Jamaicans to analyze what the Jamaicans are going in their innings, Penny.
Definitely, so far, so good for the Jamaican Scorpion. Picked up 7 wickets so far. The partnership is needed by the West Indies Academy. And Tuckett so far doing a magnificent job so far for the West Indies Academy. 44 runs to his credit so far from 86 deliveries. And Joshua James, you know how aggressive he can be. Displaying a sensible inning so far. 6 from 29 deliveries. Batting with the young wicket keeper. The Jamaican Scorpion will want to get these remaining 3 wickets very quickly before the run starts to pile here. With 22 overs remaining in the day's play, we say good afternoon to you, Jerome Foster.
Yeah, good afternoon, Marlon, and good afternoon to all of viewers. Good evening to some, good night to others, and good morning to those in Asia and Australia. The Scorpions release the shackles a bit. The Academy, they're on the charge here. They're trying to get a lead of close to 200, I presume. I think that could be tricky.
It could be on the last day wicket here at Sabina Park.
At 84 for 4, you felt as though the game would have sped up and the Scorpions would probably be in cruise control.
But if you
Still
realize,
in control, but you hail the fighting spirit of the Academy team.
how the West Indies Academy batters out today, all batters looking to play aggressive cricket.
Yeah,
And that's
couple
where
cross-batted shots as well.
But it's good to see Joshua James, who's known for his big hitting as well, Foster, looking to spend some time at the wicket.
Yeah,
Haven't seen any sign of aggression so far. And Tuckett,
don't think he has played one big shot as yet, Joshua James. Nicely played by Carlin Bowen. Tuckett diving away. There was
Ramal Lewis.
Ramal Lewis. Very good in that area.
very hot here at Sabina Park. Beautiful sunshine.
Oh, that was quick from Shields. Almost went right through James. And came down just in time. He was on the back foot for something short. That was a good length delivery. And almost went right through to castle him. Oh no. Just too quick for him.
Just jam it down in time. And lucky enough, Joshua James is still there. 6 from 30 deliveries.
Good plans from the Scorpions. They have their fielders positioned on the boundary. But they haven't given him his strength, which is full deliveries or length deliveries. And this one hits him between the thigh. Shields really bowling quickly here. 7.5 overs. So he has now bowled 2.5 overs in this spell. He's hardly bowled more than 4 over spells.
And this is why Brandon King is to be commended. He's rotating his bowlers very well. And that is what you want as a captain.
And he has made a change in the field. He has taken out the man at gully to put him at short leg, Kirk McKenzie. Swing hard. Watch your ankles, OJ Shields. And it goes through the man at long off. Oh, not good work. That looks like Carlos Brown. No, that's a substitute fielder. That's Andre McCarthy. My apologies, Carlos. And that's a boundary for the big fellow, Joshua James. He hammered it down the ground and takes the score up to 193 for 7. And James is now on to 10. That was his first shot in anger.
It was indeed. And a poor bit of feeling on the long off boundary by the substitute fielder, Andre McCarthy. $145 the lead so far. $21 overs remaining in the day's play. Foster.
Yeah. So we're definitely coming here tomorrow.
.51 run rate so far. Javoy Royal will be continuing. Of course, he will be bowling to Tuckett. Well set, Tuckett. 45 from 89 deliveries. Really standing tall as a short man.
Yeah. Has been doing well, Carlin Bowen Tuckett. He's waiting on Javor Royal, who has bowled well, or I wouldn't say well, but has bowled much better in this innings than what he presented in the first. And even in his first spell where he went for, I think, 30 in his first 4 overs. He has now bowled 10 overs for 19 runs and had a wicket and a couple of shouts, close calls.
It's good to
Carlin
see.
Bowen Tuckett is a run away from his, or equaling his highest ever score at this level. And he looks very comfortable.
Indeed, very compact so far. Both innings, Foster looks very good. You want to make full use of this opportunity at this time.
Screams no immediately. Scorpions have to be mindful here that the lead is swelling, it's growing. It's 145. Oh, that hits him on the pad, or was it bat and pad as well? The appeal was stifled. I presume that.
Maybe got some butt on it as well, hence why the appeal was stifled.
Another maiden over from Javor Royal. Scorpions sense as though they need a wicket here. They got one very early after tea. Joshua Bishop holding out to Long On. When that Long On didn't even have to move. It went a mile in the air and just came down with the wind. The wind was blowing from that easterly section coming across the ground. Shields is going to get another over.
And why not? We
I think-
have Joshua James
Yeah.
in some uncomfortable position with the short pitch deliveries.
Almost sure this would probably be his final one in this spell. If he gets a wicket, he might get another one. Sharp bouncer again. James is a tall man, so you have to get it at good pace to really threaten him.
And good height as
That's
well.
a very good height as well. I just think that Shields is setting him up here for something full and fast and straight on the stumps. He did that with Joshua Bishop in the first innings. I think James is mindful as well. He's deep in his crease.
Not-
Shapes away from the right hander.
Well played in the end though. OJ, she's not coming up any at all to Joshua James. Know how dangerous he can be at times. And he's doing a good job for the West Indies Academy. Is Joshua James.
Takes the edge. There's no third man. That's going to be 4, I think. Yes. And the lead gets closer to 150. It's now 197 for 7. A genuine edge. But well negotiated by Joshua James, who was to the side of the ball. Almost getting out of the way.
That's because Jermaine Black stop that ball from going down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
So the lead gets closer to 150. It's 149. And it's another wasted bouncer now to James, who is out of the way. He's now setting himself here for a long haul. I think he's just waiting on the spinners.
I think he's just trying to bat time here. Not trying to play anything rush at the moment. With 19 overs remaining for the day's play.
Tickled away to a deep backward square. That's Pete Salmon. It's now 198 for 7, and the lead is 150. And that is a leg by signal by the umpire Patrick Gustad.
As I mentioned earlier, the West Indies Academy, anything over 220, we have good score on the last day wicket here at Sabina Park. And Joshua James and Tuckett at the moment putting a nice partnership together at the wicket. Valuable runs to the West Indies Academy total.
In the air to mid wicket. And the man who's going to bowl the very next over has the ball in his hand. That's Javor Royal. That completes the 57th over of this innings. The 69th completed so far today. It's 198 for 7. 21 overs to go in the day's play.
Just Lane and Ned remaining in the dressing room to bat as well. So not a lot of batting remaining for the West Indies Academy. These two batters in the middle need to stay as long as possible and ensure the West Indies Academy posts a decent enough total if they are to stand a chance of winning this round 4 action at Sabina Park. But of course, Javoy Royal will be bowling to Joshua James this time.
Yeah, he's into his 16th over. Much better. He's asking questions of the inside and the outside edge.
And it's good to see Joshua James playing with a lot of heart out there, playing with soft hands as well, allowing the ball to come to him as well. Valuable partnership so far between these two.
Sweep shot. It's out to deep mid wicket. And you could hear the thud into the stands. It's onto the roof of the Kingston Cricket Club. A huge 6 from Joshua James.
Foster
204 for 7.
Foster, that's just a shot on job, you know.
Yeah.
And look how far it goes. Big shot by the big man. 33-run partnership so far. 66 deliveries. This man, Joshua James, is very powerful, Foster.
Yeah. That was badly lined from Royal. And dealt with accordingly.
Got the treatment it deserves as well.
Rehearses the flick shot again.
That's Dhoni's pet shot.
The lead is over 150 now.
156 to be exact.
Hammers that out to deep cover. Gets another run to take it to 205 for 7.
And the type of player Joshua James is, even if he soak up 20 or 30 deliveries, Foster, in a matter of time, once he get bat on ball, he can make up for that as well.
Yeah.
That's the power of that man, James.
Another over completed. It's the 58th at 205 for 7. The lead 157.
Yes, I think you'll see Pete Salmon anytime now. But Jay Shields.
Yeah, I think as predicted, Shields was not going to bowl more than 4 overs in a spell. It has been a management case for the Scorpions. Ever since he came back against the combined campuses and colleges team.
Tuckett kept on 45 for a good little time now, Foster. Those are the under 15.
So Salmon is back, 3 for 43. Mentioning that the under 15 players are in camp. I think they leave next week. Tournament is normally in Easter. James is toying with the bowlers here. He knows that they're waiting on him to play big shots.
And the field speaks for itself.
Yeah,
Foster.
and he's just waiting for them to come into his half.
A deep backward scroll, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off as well. 4 fielders outside the circle for Joshua James. 21 from 45 deliveries so far.
Brandon King will have to dive to pull it off. He does so extremely well. Good energy and effort in the field from the captain.
Good to see the captain Brandon King leading from the front
Yeah.
And that's what you want as a team, your leader leading from the front.
Good effort, diving away, good commitment. Push through the legs off the man at short leg. He got up too early. Kirk McKenzie, that was a big chance. Yeah, he got up too early. A lot of heads shaking on the field. Yeah, I think that was a chance. Yeah, it was. Got up way too early.
It was definitely a chance.
Took a catch there to dismiss Craig Brathwaite in the last game. Yeah, he was up before the ball left the bat. Difficult to get bat down. That's off the outer half of the bat this time. It's 3 for 44 for Salmon. It's 206 for 7. A lead of 158.
Top scorer so far, Adi Malaire, who made 52 from 40. West Indies Academy trying to bat themselves back into this game. Took it, kept on 45 for a good time now. Joshua James, 22 from 47 deliveries. Putting on a decent partnership so far. After a cluster of wickets fall for the West Indies Academy.
Royal trying a different angle here. Sweep shot comes out. No need to move, Mansing. Just ask somebody to return the ball for you. That's 6. It's outside the line of the leg stump, so there's no threat of the ball hitting the stumps. So the LBW is out of the way. And Joshua James, once it comes off the middle of his blade, it's going to end up over Emmett Park, and that's where it's gone. 212 for 6.
Easy pickings there for Joshua James. To mention Emmett Park. Seemed like that ball parked into a car back as well. Big shot there by the big, tall, chopping fast bowler. Now doing some honors with the bat for the West Indies Academy. Current run rate is still over 3.5 as well. Royal on the expensive side of things. 1 for 62 so far. Just 2 deliveries into his 17th over.
Two sixes in consecutive overs of Royal. Clipped away. That's going to take some stopping from Leroy Lugg. He pulls out the dive and limits it to 2.
Good to see Leroy Lugg giving chase. Not the quickest of fielders out there, Foster.
Yeah.
James is up to 30 in quick time. Started a bit slowly.
Takes the edge, and that's gone down to the boundary. So an expensive over here from Royal. 12 runs off it with 2 to come. And they've all gone to Joshua James, who is up to 34. As I told you, he's just waiting on the spinners.
That was a good delivery there from Royal. Just unfortunate. Took that edge and down to the vacant third man boundary for 4 welcome runs for the West Indies Academy. Stretches the lead, Foster, up to 170.
Yeah. Getting to that squeaky time. 4th inning chase here, getting over 200 is always tricky. It's on the stumps. I don't like this angle from Royal. It just takes too much out of the equation. He was bowling well. Did he make that switch? It's a defensive switch. But for James, it is
easy for him. He's an attacking option because he's not worried about one mode of dismissal, which is the LBW. And he gets a run to complete the 60th over at 219 for 7.
And if you realize, Joshua James so far, he's been playing each ball on its merit. Once the bad ball presents itself, he's quick to capitalize.
Yeah.
2-6 so far, and they're all bad deliveries to him. So another 15 overs remaining in the day's play. As you can see, some shadows lengthening across the ground as well.
It's down the leg side. Critical point in the game here. It's obvious that the academy team know they want to bat to the close of play. Then come back tomorrow and put some pressure on the Scorpions. Stretch this game as deep as possible. In the air, out to deep square.
It's good to see the big fast bowler running quickly between the wickets. Any fumble there, he will be back for the second. And this is what you want to see from the youngsters in the academic team as well.
Yeah.
Showing the anger and the commitment. And this is what you want in the region as well, Foster.
I think this is going to be a break after this for drinks. I think a well-needed refreshment for the batting pair. They have been solid. Partnership is 49. Whipped away hard onto the hands of Mackenzie. They're saying it's a chance. I don't think that is. Might have gone to him in the ear, but you have to say well stopped to him. It's 220 for 7, the academy. And this partnership between Carlin Bowen Tuckett and Joshua James is valued at 49. Here's it again. Yeah, went straight in, but hit him in the nether regions. Went quickly, it had to stuck. Had to stuck. His hands weren't even close to it. So, as the water card comes on, it's 220 for 7, a lead of 172 for the visiting West Indies Academy team. Pete Salmon, the pick of the Scorpions bowlers, with 3 for 45. Soon come.
Action resumes here at Sabina Park in this round 4 match of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championships, and all the games right now in round 4. Jerome Foster in a brilliant position. Royal to continue.
Yeah. Well, it's an intriguing battle here. We thought it would have been a different outcome by now, especially with the Academy 84 for 4.
Yeah, across at the Queen's Park Oval, Trinidad and Tobago require 178 runs on the last day. Good delivery there from Royal. 178 runs required on the last day. They are currently 8 for 2. Windward Islands Volcanoes managing to post 288 in their second innings.
Goes for the cut, he misses, that's close.
Joshua James, there's no man out sweeping. So he leaves that one alone. That spins across him.
Across in Antigua, well, Barbados Pride have managed to limit the Guyana Harpy Eagles to 136 for 8 in their second innings. Jamel Warrican being destroyer with 3 for 32, 2 wickets apiece for Holder, Shamar Holder, and Jair McAllister as well. But thanks to 436 in their first innings.
It's down the leg side. A couple of oohs from Royal. And that completes the first over into the last hour of play. It is still 220 for 7. You can continue.
Yeah, after Guyana posted 436 in their first innings and the Barbados Pride folded for 230, Guyana Harpy Eagles still lead by 343. While right now in across in St. Augustine at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground, that's at UWI campus, the Leeward Islands actually require 300 runs to win.
Whoa.
With 10 wickets remaining after the combined campuses and colleges posted 301 in their second inning.
Whoa.
Keon Otley getting to 99, unfortunate for
Or
him.
Yannick or Kia.
Well, according to the scoreboard,
Okay.
it says Keon Otley.
Okay.
But it could
I'm
be
not sure,
quite
I'm just
right.
asking.
You could be quite right.
Yeah.
It could be a little error.
Because
By
Keon
the
Otley would have-
CWI scorecard.
I'm almost sure Keon Otley's playing for Trinidad.
And he isn't in this match.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if he made a switch across the CCC. And the KYG Otley, so it more than likely is Keon Otley. But the other thing is that batter is very low in the order. Keon Otley is usually a top order batter.
Yeah.
So he might be very well right in that situation. Jerome Foster usually is right in all situations.
Not really.
I think it actually is Yannick Otley because Keon Otley is still with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. My apologies.
Okay.
Good knock by Yannick Otley, 99.
Whoa. So unfortunate. Pete Salmon landing down his 20th over. Loves a long spell.
He's exhibited excellent control. He hasn't gone for a lot of runs. Obviously playing off his confidence from his innings knock. Colin Bowen Tuckett has been on 45 since time immemorial, Fossey.
Yeah. And the partnership has been on 49 as well. For a long time. Back-to-back maidens to start this final hour of play. And I just wanted to give us that score again in Trinidad's game, because it sounds as if it's going to be a close finish.
Well, it certainly will be a close finish. So again, Trinidad and Tobago batting first, they posted 294. Then they limited the Windward Islands Volcanoes to 191. And then 288 I should say. 191 and 288, that's what the Volcanoes made. And now the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are actually batting 9 for 2. Kavim Hodge and Kenneth Dember taking a wicket each.
Oh, so it's
I
spin.
think
spin doing the damage there.
Yeah, Demba was the main destroyer in
He
the
took
first
5
innings
in the
as
first
well,
innings,
5
yeah.
for 63, yeah. So he's on 6 wickets for the match.
It's going to be Abhijay Mansingh. He's going to come back, so more spin, replacing Javor Royal, who bowled a maiden just now. I don't think the captain is too pleased with his output in the last couple of overs. So Mansingh is going to try something different with the wind in his back. And there's the edge. What a way to go. Joshua James was setting himself on a loosener from Mansingh. I think you heard the edge from here, Andrew. And so too did umpire Dayton Butler. And that is the 8th wicket going down at 220. And a vital breakthrough for the Scorpions. As we see the replay here, Mansingh picking up his 3rd. It was a real loosener. It was a bad ball. A good catch, by the way, by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, he was there for the cut. I think James tried to hit that one too hard, almost as if to make a statement. Of course, they've been bogged down for some time. And I think because he went at it too hard and he got the thinnest of edges, excellent work by Romain Morris. He kept very, very low because it was a bottom edge, as it were. He could be very disappointed with that, James, but I think he's done his job in terms of what his team would have wanted him to do, which is make sure he sticks around for a little bit and extend that lead as close to 200 as possible.
Yeah. A vital breakthrough. It was a 49-run partnership. It was looking to get, they were almost getting out of hand, you would say, here in Jamaica. And
that has sort of been the story of this game.
Yeah.
It's been the ultimate seesaw. It's just been up and down, but no team actually going to the heights of saying we're in complete and utter control of this game.
And just like their record coming into the game, it shows.
Yeah.
Both teams on equal footing, really. So James going for 36. Useful contribution. I think they wanted more, but I still believe they have runs to play with here. They have runs to play with 172.
I think compared to the challenges that both teams have had, this is a good game where they can take a lot of positives. Well, whatever happens at the end of this, of course, Fozzie, because for both batters to get 3-4 batters, for both teams to get 3-4 batters to get half centuries.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Joshua Bishop starring with the ball. The spinners are doing a good job here.
It's going to be a high, quote-unquote high-scoring game in regional cricket.
Yeah.
In regional cricket, in quotes. 2 teams scoring over 300 in the first innings. Scorpions getting closer to 400 than the academy team, but the academy team has gotten over 200 again. Cut away, which means that possibly the Scorpions are going to have to get 200 to win this game, or very close to 200 if they are to win. So
Well, that's the other thing. If the academy can get to 250,
Yeah.
then the lead will be 200. I think that's what they will need to aim for. And Ashmead Ned is the new batter.
defended very well in the first innings, while Joshua James was going berserk at one end.
Yeah, he was actually not out.
Yeah.
So he's capable. But Colin Bowen Tuckett will have a different challenge on his hand now, and I would really like to see how the young keeper batsman deals with it. Because he's been bogged down for some time now. Hasn't scored a run while Joshua James was holding up the pressure, but now with a number 10 batter at the other end, he'll have to manipulate the strike a little bit more. And good call from Brandon King to bring back Mansingh, immediately
Yeah.
striking. First delivery that he bowled.
It was proactive move because he could have easily said that Javor Royal bowled a maiden, so let's give him another one.
Yeah.
He was just not happy with something.
Half stop there. That fielder showed extra cover.
The man who we just called. Good effort. A
Yeah.
big man, Royal. Got the dive out.
His weaker side as well.
Yeah.
But Ned is off the mark, and so he'll be happy with that. Our good friend Marlon Pinnock is watching the game very, very closely indeed. I think he's willing Colin Bowen tuck it on to get to that 50. Full delivery. And played nicely into the cover region, but no run. 221 for 8.
And the lead is what now? 173. So based on what we're seeing around the region, Guyana, they look destined to make it 2 straight.
Well, I'm not sure. I think Windward Volcanoes have shown that they have the steel for sure.
No, Guyana playing Barbados. So,
Yeah.
so they look as if they're going to make it 2 wins on the trot, I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, it's a tall order for Barbados,
Yeah.
and Guyana still batting.
Yeah.
I think if Barbados can end up with a draw, I think they'll be happy with that.
Exactly. To
You know?
concede so many runs in the first innings and
Yeah.
then coming out with a positive result.
And then considering you have Kemar Roach and
Holder
Jason
back.
Holder back into the fold,
Yeah. A
a
lot
bit
of,
disappointing from Barbados' perspective.
yeah. You see a few people being disappointed with their output as well. Questioning whether they should have been playing if they had enough work under their belt to play first class cricket. After coming back from Australia, Roach hasn't played any cricket.
Beat Salmon with 3 wickets in this innings and 1 in the first. I'm
But
sure
I think someone like Roach, it's highly unlikely that he's going to be playing a full season of cricket, of first class cricket. Clipped away by Ned. I wouldn't even say it's irrational to think, but I think it's difficult of a demand for him to play the complete season, especially with his age and his struggles with injuries.
Well, I mean, Kemar Roach is a pure test player. He's not
Yeah.
going to play any other format. So if he gets a game here and there to just keep match fit, I think that's a good idea. And in terms of the wealth that Barbados have at bowling, the other thing is you don't want to keep a young bowler out because you have
Yeah.
Jair McAllister, who I absolutely love, Shamar Holder, who has so much potential and is coming back from injury,
Yeah.
as well as the ever reliable Akeem Jordan.
Change in the field here from Captain King, as another man has placed himself at a short mid-wicket, taking the man from cover, and the man from point has gone there. Clipped away, turned away. Derval Green gonna have a lot of work to do. He can't do it. That's gonna be 4 for Ashmead Ned. Good diving effort, but it was just too quick for him. As I said, it's not been his best day in the field. Ballers almost followed him all day. And it's now 225 for 8. It was slow turn, but 2 straight and easy for the right-hander to work away.
Good wrist there from Ashminet to flick that one away. The field, I think, sort of dove over it a little bit, so he'll be very disappointed with that effort. But a badly lined delivery from Salmon. If a number 10 batsman can flick you away from 4 behind square on the leg side, you know it's a bad delivery.
Yeah.
End of the over, 225 for 8. Lead of 177. Not unsubstantial by any form or fashion. I mean, the good thing about this total is that currently the Jamaicans will still have time. Even if they have to bat all day tomorrow, they have time to make the run. Can they apply themselves? Can they put their heads down and get to the total, which I think would be a very, very good stepping stone for them to be more competitive in this regional 4-day championship. Jamaica really haven't been competitive in the last couple of years, and they would want to see a difference.
And Bowen Tuckett gets his 46th run, equals his best ever score, I think, at this level.
And I think what would be even more important with the Jamaican contingent is that they would say, okay, if we pull off this win, we did it as a team. There have been no standout performers per se.
Sweep shot, skews over slip, and down to the boundary for 4. Ashmead Ned showing that he's here to get runs for his team. The lead is now 182. And lucky, fortuitous, but effective in the end.
Yeah, well, they say if you're going to swipe hard. And he did go hard at this one. Blackwood is a short man at first slip. He went diving away like Superman, but couldn't get anything on it. And fortuitous 4 there for Ashby Ned, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It all counts for West Indies Academy. We're very, very happy with that.
Now Brandon King has come to a silly mid-off. And goes straight to him. I think he wants Man Singh to bowl into the pitch, not that full, to put him in any danger. Hit hard. There was a shout of catch him. There's a chance for a run out here. King was probably too close. By the time he got his hands up, the ball flew past him.
Well, it's all happening there because that went on one bounce to Derval Green, and then the throw again, I think it was a good throw, but Mansingh only went at it with one hand and tried to lean it onto the stump, or guide it onto the stump. It missed completely there.
Would have been home.
You couldn't even call that a chance. That was like a cha.
Yeah, too quick. Nicely played by Bowen Tuckett. And looking to get that 50. Now wicket keeper batting down at number 7. 6 and 7, I think averaging over 30 is part of the objective. 35 and upwards. That completes the 66th over at 231 for 8. A lead now for the academy team at 183, swelling a bit. Okay, 10 overs to go for the day, I think.
Yep, indeed. And another positive note is that throughout the course of this game, 5 batters have batted over 100 deliveries. That would have been, of course, Joshua Dawn, and then Jordan Johnson in the Academy's first innings, and then Pete Salmon and Brandon King in Jamaica's first innings, and now Colin Bowen Tuckett here, 111 deliveries. He's on a Nelson of deliveries.
They're trying to turn that one into the onside.
Time is just approaching 22 minutes after 4 o'clock here.
Oh, he was trying to drive that one in a half of the bat. That's loose.
I guess the one positive thing about spinners operating for most of the day, Fozzie, is that the overs just fly by very quickly.
Very quickly.
As you mentioned, I think it's about 5 overs left in the day. I think I need to purchase a binoculars, Fozzie, when I'm coming to these games, just to make sure I can see the scorecard correctly. Scoreboard. Ned, a little bit of interplay there, Ned, with the block and then dancing up the pitch, rehearsing a hoik straight down the ground.
Sweep shot gonna come out. There's gonna be a tough chance for Derval Green. He's out the 45. The ball went much quicker than 45. It went at a rapid pace and he couldn't stop it. 235 now for 8. Ashmead Ned having the time of his life at the wicket now. He's up to 18.
Yeah, another wayward delivery there by Pete Salmon towards the end of the day. Of course, the young man will be very, very tired. Batted for most of the day. Well, I should say batted for most of the day yesterday. And I had to bat again this morning.
Ned is actually on 14, so the score had already changed before.
very easy out there for him. He's loving it. It's 235 for 8 at the end of 67 overs.
Colin Bowen Tuckett playing a really rearguard innings here for the academy. They've had 2 half centuries in their knock. First one was a counter-attacking one from Kadima Lane, batting at number 2. He scored 52 of 40 deliveries. Bowen Tuckett completely contrasting knock, 46 of 111. And he's up against Abhijay Mansingh, who's enjoying himself out there in the middle. Yorker length delivery, played out nicely. But at this point, if Ned looks so comfortable, I think Bowen Tuckett should try to get a couple singles and see if he can get himself up to that 50 mark.
He'll probably tell you that he's not in any rush. He has all day today to bat and all day tomorrow to bat.
Well, indeed. But
I don't think I would want to sleep on 46 or 48 or 4, but he has a lot of time to go for the rest of the day. Slow turn there for Mansingh. But I get what you're saying.
well, the other thing, of course, is I think Johan Lane would be considered a genuine tail-ender, and that we know can bat a little bit. Lane is probably more of a money mode in terms of a survivor. I'll survive with you.
Well left. Really being tempted here. Fielders are very close to him.
Yeah.
So whatever he drives, they'll have to be all along the carpet because there's going to be a chance presented.
A hallmark of his innings has been his judgment, Colin Bowen Tuckett.
Yeah.
Can't really think of a chance that he's given, per se.
Goes back and tugs that one. There's deep backward square in Leroy Lug. Considering 2, but he was quick onto it.
I think he was trying to aim that to mid-wicket or cow corner, where there's a lot of acreage there for him. And it seems that Ashmead Ned may have just done himself a little bit of an injury there. The Jamaica Scorpions huddling around him. Might be just a psychological ploy to kill some time. But actually they're calling for the physio on the field. So I think maybe in that hustle for that single, he may have just tweaked a hamstring or pulled a muscle. Hopefully it's nothing serious, because of course the academy do need him to bowl. And of course, like all cricketers, when the bat is on the ground and his bat is up for grabs, you can play with it, as Brandon King is doing there. We all love our new equipment, or brand new equipment. Holding a bat in your hand and breaking in a new pair of shoes. Yeah, you're a fairly tall batter, Fozzie. Were you a long handle man or a short handle man?
I just used what I had.
Whatever was available.
Well, never a power player, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. So hold up in play here. Some attention given to Ashmead Ned. Looks more than just cramp.
It'll be disappointing if the academy loses their services, I should say. Back on his feet. Seems to be just a pulled muscle. And he's donning his gloves as the physio runs off the field. very fit fellow, and he's racing that member of the academy team.
So one delivery to come in this over. Goes down the ground. Well, he's wounded, so he's not gonna mess about. He slapped that one over long off. One bounce into the boundary for 4. And it's now 240 for 8. And the lead is now 192.
Yeah, it was full and wide, and it was slapped down the ground. Stand and deliver from Ashmead Ned. Just had a little bit of issue with a cramp. Again, I think it might be a little psychological ploy to kill some time. As you see, a member of the Jamaica Scorpions think tank there. It might be a member of the under-15 team.
That's assistant coach Nikita Miller.
Oh, it is indeed.
Yeah.
Has a lot to contemplate there. He's sitting down on the long-on position, just beyond the long-on position.
Don't think he's too happy with the bowling at the moment. It's been a long day. Cut away here from Tuckett. Still trying to get to that maiden half century.
I feel like he's looking for the opportune shot to get a 4. When he could probably just look for a couple singles and be closer to the mark by now. But I've appreciated his innings because he came in at a difficult stage.
I think it was 84 for 4 when he came in.
Good partnerships with Jordan Johnson, and then again with
Naeem Young
with
for
Joshua
a bit,
James.
and Joshua James, yeah.
And then again he's building one with Ned. They've been together. They've added 20 together.
Sweep shot, top edge, Derval Green. Oh, he drops it.
Well, my, that was an absolute dolly and a half. And in the end, Bowen Tucker just scampers through for 2. Really was a dolly. It was hit flat. But Derval Green, you think, should be taking that. Let's have a look at the replay on this one here.
It's been that type of day for him. And there you saw Pete Salmon telling him to go a little bit squarer. And so was everyone else. Got extra bounce. He stumbled a bit as he was about to come down with the ball.
Yeah.
And it just popped out of his hands. But he has had a bad day in the field today. Everything has followed him. Missed fields. He has dived over a couple. Not been his greatest of days.
And that just rubbed salt into a gaping wound here for Derval Green.
Yeah, 48 to Tuckett. Now he's waiting on Ned, who is facing someone. That was chipped in the air to Leroy Love. Pete Salmon can't believe he hasn't had a wicket in either of those 2 deliveries.
Derval Green is still on his haunches there at short backward square leg position.
Sweep shot from Ned. Or reverse sweep, I should say.
And
He's pulling out all the shots here. He's having fun. He's a character, isn't he? And that completes the 69th over of the day. It is 241 for the West Indies Academy. They lead by 193.
Yes, it's all happening here. It's been a long day in the field for the Jamaica Scorpions. Credit to the West Indies Academy for fighting. After posting 324 in their first innings, they're closing in on 250. It's a good moral victory for them. Mansing to Bowen Tuckett. Drive straight back to him. There's no run. as I'm joined by the evergreen Marlon Pinnock. Penny, your youngest member of the union is very close to a half century, but you almost gave it away there in that last over.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Andrew Chung. The West Indies Academy lead by 193 runs. Going into that final day tomorrow. Very important runs here by the low and back end of the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, and of course, as Fuzzy pointed out, he has all day to bat tomorrow if he wants Colin Bowen Tuckett. Ashby Ned looked quite happy to stick around with him, 18 or 23. It's been a good little knock here.
Useful 18 runs so far as well. Coming down to the close of play on day 3 of this West Indies Regional Championship, run 4 action from Sabina Park.
Yes, and as much as Marlon Pinnock enjoys the cricket, he likes to party more. Can't wait for the close of play. Goes deep into his crease. He pulls this one through the mid-wicket region. Is that his 50? It is indeed for Colin Bowen Tuckett. He raises his bat and acknowledges the crowd. He's been trying for that shot a few times, but he finally gets this one in front of the Kingston Cricket Club and brings up a delightful and fighting half century.
Congratulations to Tuckett, a fighting half century that came off 124 deliveries. Shows the fight and determination of this steady right-handed wicket-keeper batsman. Well deserved as well, Andrew.
Yeah.
Mansing 3 for 48 so far. One delivery remaining is 12th. So at the end of 78th over, the West Indies Academy 2-4-5 for the loss of 8. Just 5 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, 5 overs left in the day's play. Lead by 197 the Academy, so they're closing in on that magical 200 mark in terms of the lead. There's some discussions mid-pitch between the Academy batters in terms of how they're going to approach these last 5 overs. I certainly think they would want to see out the day, Penny. They'll want to be there at the end of the day.
Well, Jamaica Scorpions will be hoping to get this remaining last 2 wickets before the close of play on day 3.
But the other thing is, if they have to face a dangerous 3 overs before the end of the day's play, you never know what can happen in that short little space of time if the batters don't get into the right mindset.
And so far, Ashley Ned, very easy, looking to build a partnership to really give the West Indies Academy a fighting total on the last day.
Their hands here, Penny, because if you do bat out the rest of the day and you come out tomorrow, how long do you bat for in the morning before you eventually declare? Or do you push, or do you go at them guns blazing and try to get as much runs on the board? Or do you just bat a little bit of time, maybe an hour, hour and a half, and then put them in right before lunch? Because yes, you have a lead of 200, but a lead of 200 is very, very chaseable in 2 sessions.
It is.
Especially with the explosive batting power that the Jamaicans have. Carlos Brown is no slouch. Jermaine Blackwood, Leroy Lugg, Brandon King, Morris as well. Derval Green can wield the long handle. Goes deep into his crease again. There's Colin Bowen Tuckett. Pulls this one down to that mid-wicket region. He gets another single. The lead goes up to 198 now, Penny.
27-run partnership so far. German Blackwood of the Jamaican Scorpion need to fire in order. Desperately in need of some runs is Blackwood.
Delivery down the leg side, and it's into the hands of that leg slip fielder. But the umpire says no. Well, my. We'll have to have a look at the replay on this one. At the end of the over, it's 247 for 8. May have come off the thigh pad here. Let's look at the replay. Penny, you talk us through this one.
Yeah, off the thigh pad into the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, Brandon King. 199 the lead so far. Good decision, easy decision from the umpire.
I think to the credit of the Jamaica Scorpions players, only Blackwood, whose vision was sort of obscured by the batter, was the only one who really appealed for it.
What does desperation to your Blackwood appeal? So good work on D3 from the Jamaican Scorpions.
And your thoughts on Colin Bowen Tuckett's knock, Penny? Because of course he's had some good partnerships with James, with Young, and now with Ned again.
Excellent knock. Patient knock. Well deserved half century as well. Really stood up and bat for the West Indies Academy. 11 wickets to fall on day 3.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of wickets. He's shown extremely good judgment in terms of the deliveries he's faced. I mean, other than that chance that he offered to Derval Green, it was almost a chanceless innings. This one, and he spoons that one to point, that backward point. He gives away his wicket. Colin Bowen Tuckett is absolutely distraught, but the West Indies Academy lose their 9th wicket with the score on 247. A wonderful knock by Colin Bowen Tuckett.
Mansing picks up his 4th with that dismissal of Tuckett. Well played to Tuckett, but just gave it away. Just minutes away before the close of play on day 3 of this West Indies Regional Championship run for action from Sabina Park. With the West Indies Academy lead by 199 runs here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, really unfortunate for the young fellow. Very, very sad. You can see him walking over there. It was a really good catch indeed as well. We have to give the fielder credit for that because he was diving forward. Johan Lane is the number 11 man to come out.
Good to see Mansing getting amongst the wicket for the Jamaica Scorpions as well. 4 for 48 so far into his 13th over. Just the 3 overs and 2 deliveries remaining before the close of play on day 3. Brandon King seemed to be a happy man getting the wicket, seeing the back of Tuckett.
I'm trying to get the penny. Man, I think I'll have it yet.
To practice, nothing beat practice, man.
So give me okay. So here's a scenario for you, and you have to give me a. So you're looking at your phone on a Friday afternoon, and you see 5 invites to 5 different parties. What's the that you give me there? Ah, lovely, lovely, lovely. Language of his own, Penny, and those
Well, of course, Abhijay Mansing will be looking 5 wicket all here. Just 2 deliveries remaining in his 13th And he will be bowling to Lane.
Pleasantly played by Lane. Lead of 199. It'll be interesting to see how Ashmead Ned approaches this little period of play. He was not out in the first innings, was Ashmead Ned. I wonder if it'll be the same again. Good stride out there by Lane. At the end of the over, it's 247 for 9, a lead of 199. The West Indies Academy. And look at the bowling figures. RBJ Mansing, the standout there. Pete Salmon, good economy rate as well. Expensive was Derval Green.
Miserable day in the field for Derval Green as well. Not one of his best days in the field. I guess he won't want to see a day like this on a cricket field for him again. Well, of course, he's been issued the cricket ball now from the captain, Brandon King. He's none for 35 from 6 overs. Just under 6 runs and over Green.
And it is that man, Derval Green, who's come back to hopefully get a wicket and end the academy innings. And he has Ned feeling for that one outside the off stump.
A useful 18 runs so far from Ashley Ned.
Really been a mixed bag for the day for Derval Green. Had a good little score when he started batting, and did the day before on 25, finished on 35.
And it's good to see Dr. Mansingh, the father of Abhijit Mansingh, watching. This is edge through the slip. 4 runs is between the wicket keeper and Jermaine Blackwood at first slip, and 4 valuable runs to the West Indies Academy at the lead stretches to 203.
Yeah, the most important thing about that form was that not only did Ashmead Ned survive, but the lead is now past 200 for the academy. And basically sums up Derval Green's day, gets an edge, hopefully to close off the innings, and no, instead it passes through between keeper. Dancing is up the pitch, does Ned, but nothing doing there.
251 for a loss of 9. 2 overs and 3 deliveries remaining before close of.
250 is up as well for the academy. Gets that one through, down to third man for 4. These are valuable runs here. Derval Green has not had a lovely day, and it's just being made worse by a number 10 batsman carving him through the third man area for 4.
Deliberately played, just use the pace of that delivery and guide it down to the vacant third man boundary. 4 valuable runs to the West Indies Academy total, and stretches the lead up to 207.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad delivery either, you have to say. It was about 3/4 of the way up a 4th stump line. And Ned just uses the pace of that one. Short delivery, but it's down the leg side, and Ned easily avoids it.
That sums up the day that Derval Green is having so far. Not one he'll want to see any time to come in his cricket career. 1 delivery remaining in his 7th. None for 43.
Indeed, Penny of almost 7 overs. He's going at Almost 6 runs and over. Dances up the pitch, gets a top edge. That will run behind the slips, and that will go away for 4. Derval Green's figures are taking a beating today. He's none for 47 after 7 overs, and the Academy just march on to 259 for the loss of 9. My goodness, the tail is wagging.
A lead of 211. Current run rate 3.50. Valuable runs to the West Indies Academy total. Jamaica Scorpions with 1 to get this last wicket before close of play. And of course, Abhijay Mansingh with his dad here watching the game would want to register a next regional 5-wicket haul as well. It's good to see his dad giving support to his son as well, Andrew.
Yes, indeed.
The Dr. Mansingh himself.
Yeah, has a chance for a 5 for here with 2 overs left in the day. Yeah, 6 deliveries to see if he can close off this innings and get that 5 for. Goes to the big swipe, does Johan Lane. Makes good connection on that one. Heads down to the cow corner region. And it bounces all the way back into the 30-yard circle for a towering 6 from Johan Lane. The interesting thing about Lane is that he has his body language he has I wouldn't say a negative body language, but almost like a downcast body language. Even when he's bowling, he's hanging his head and situations like that. But that was a good hit from him. Go straight this time. Well. That is a towering shot from Johan Lane. The tail is wagging, and the tail is wagging hard.
Well, 2 in a row there from Lane. Hitting Abhijay Mansingh out of the attack. 4 earlier, Abhijay Mansingh had 4 for 48. And now he's 4 for 60.
Well, we just said that Mansingh had 6 deliveries to see if he can close out the innings. He still has 4, but the first 2 dealt with easily by Johan Lane. Let's see what he does now. A delivery down the leg side and misses out there. There's Lane. Mansingh probably under a little bit of pressure. The first time he's really had pressure. I think the other batters seem to have a little bit of respect for Mansingh in terms of what the other Jamaican spinners have offered.
223 the lead.
Full toss, and that one is straight again. That one is high. Does he get the distance on it? Indeed he does. 3 sixes in the over for Johan Lane, and they've all been wonderful shots.
Flighted delivery this time by Mansingh, and Lane just hit through the line. Derval Green thought 30 partnership comes up from 12 deliveries.
Yeah, got his foot out of the way. Using those long levers he has to good at force. And a little bit of psychological move there by Mansingh. Poor fellow, as his dad has come to see him, he gets hit for 3 sixes in the over. It's so unfortunate.
Well, he would want...
Maybe his dad is his bad luck charm.
I don't want to say that here. But one thing for sure, 229 the lead for the West Indies Academy.
That one is over the extra cover region. Where does it go? Does it stay inside the field? No, it's just 4 this time. But Johan Lane, my, you're enjoying yourself.
And Lane quickly is up to 22. All in boundaries, 3-6 and a boundary. Great guns here at Sabina Park.
Well, our good friend who works at a media outlet here in Jamaica, who's sitting down all day, he usually takes up half an hour, 45 minutes to do interviews at the end of the day. I think he'll be here for at least an hour. He's not taking me on, he's planning his interviews.
Very cool in the AC as well.
Yeah. So, well, I'll have to interview Lane, I'll have to interview Bowen Tuckett. And it's it's a beautiful block shot there by Johan Lane to end the over. That was an exciting over indeed. 22 runs off it. The West Indies Academy march on 281 for 9. They're actually closing in on 300 again. which would be brilliant for them, Penny.
Definitely on a lead of 233.
Oh my.
On the last day wicket here at Sabina Park. Not going to be easy for the Scorpions. Valuable runs. 10th wicket partnership so far.
Derval Green, it looks like, will be entrusted with the last over of the day. I can see a smile on the face of the analyst, Avinash Sitaram. So he's seen some good things here this afternoon from his from the academy team that he's working closely with. And looking very, very closely at the data and the numbers. A lot of positives from this academy team, classed as one of the developmental teams in this championship. Last over of the day coming up. Derval Green will be bowling from the southern end of the ground to Ashmead Ned. Gets a short delivery, turns it into the leg side, and the catch is taken. That is actually the end of Ashmead's Ned knock. He's caught down there at fine leg. Derval Green strikes, and the West Indies Academy close on 281 all out, a lead of 233.
Decent enough lead. A short ball here from Green. Ned looking to pull that ball over the deep backward square leg boundary. Just find that fielder at the fine leg boundary. O.J. Shields, who took a wonderful catch. So the West Indies Academy closed their second innings at 281 all out.
And let me see if I can just run through the scorecard for you. Of course, Jamaica started the day, just to give you a summary of what happened. Jamaica started the day at 326 for 7. They eventually folded for 372. That was inside just about the first hour or so. And just taking a look at the scorecard here. Well, of course, the top score was 53 by Colin Bowen Tuckett. So he was the man that really did the work there. RBJ Mansing also was good with the ball, 4 for 60, even though he went for 22 runs in that last over. And so Rashawn Worrell was the first man to go, caught by Morris off the bowling of Salmon for 19. Kadima Lane with a wonderful counter-attacking half-century, 52 or 41. Joshua Dawn was bowled by Pete Salmon for 9. Teddy Bishop, just 2. He was caught by Jermaine Blackwood off the bowling of Mansing. Jordan Johnson, a well-played 26 once again, but he was caught and bowled by Mansing. Colin Bowen Tuckett was caught by Jivo Royal off the bowling of Mansing. Naeem Young was caught by Carlos Brown off the bowling of Jivo Royal. Joshua Bishop was caught by Leroy Lugg off the bowling of Salmon. Young scored 21, and Bowen Tuckett, as I mentioned, scored 53. Johnson 26 or 38. Joshua James, typical, well, actually it was an atypical innings from Joshua James, I should say, because he really put down and batted for a long time. 63 deliveries, made 36 before he's caught by Morris off the bowling of Mansing. And Ashmead Ned, the last player to fall, caught by O.J. Shields off the bowling of Derval Green for a really well played 30. And in terms of the bowling, well, Abijay Mansing was the star with 4 for 70. Pete Salmon also contributed 3 for 55. Derval Green got a little bit of reward at the end. And so that's what's happening here. I'm not sure. I don't think the cricket will be resuming for the evening. No, that is the end of play for the day. The stumps have been removed, and that's all from day 3 here at Sabina Park in round 4 of the Cricket West Indies Championship. It's been an absolutely enthralling day, and as it stands, it's a very equation here, Marlon Pinnock, because of course the Jamaica Scorpions need 234 for victory. They have 10 wickets in hand, and they have all 90 overs tomorrow to do it. Do join us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Jamaica time, 11 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time for the conclusion of this very exciting match.